Testing.
Annie, your mic is on. There you go. Okay, I'd like to call to order the consent calendar for the Montecito Board of Architectural Review for January 11th, 2024. Item C1 has been continued at the applicant's request. We'll formally do that at the main meeting, but so we're on to item number 2, 2500 East Valley Road. Anybody want to address the board? And you need to press this so you get a little red thing up here.
Been here since the upgrade.
Okay,
Oh, look at that. Testing 1, 2. Great.
so I have had a chance to review this. Rob, have you?
Yes.
Item C2. And do you have any comments about it? Do you have any questions of the applicant?
And we've talked, so I want to at least mention that. My comment was that, and I looked at both the dresses and your dress John referenced at, what's the other residence in there?
It's further to the west on East Valley Road.
So, and that was really nicely done. It's got a few hot spots, so I know it can be done better, but I actually thought that where you folks are going are in the right direction. It definitely needs more light. It's like, I had trouble navigating my way around there. Everything was so dark. So there's a balance there I think we can strike, and I think you folks are kind of on target as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I thought it was good too. So, and I appreciate all the extra work that you did in terms of giving us the plan, the foot candles, you know, et cetera. And I understand that there will be more light there because there's going to be the columns are going to have a light and the house itself will have light. So it's hardly going to be that dark, but I think that my sense is that it's going to be fine. So do you have any comments? I am ready to recommend a final approval to the full board. Is there anybody, do you have any other comments before we do that?
I have one clarification, and that is that the lights that were mounted in the trees, some of them were mounted at 12 feet. Some of them were mounted higher because the available branches were higher. And we find that the effect on the ground is softer
Yes,
if we mount them higher.
right.
So if we are able to mount them as we determine creates the best, most shielded and soft effect, we would appreciate being able to move forward in that way.
And I'm fine with that, because I was the one that maybe recommended they go higher, but I think do your best to kind of hide the hot spot, the source, and have that nice kind of moonlit glow. I think it'll be very, very effective where you're going with it. So I
Okay,
do love your presentation.
so I'm ready to recommend you are too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so unless there's something else, thank you.
Okay.
And we'll see
Thank
you
you so
later on at the full board.
Okay.
Okay, item C3, this is 1815 Fernald Point. It's a Blackburn remodel and addition. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board, please?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Mary Androlitis with NMA Architects.
Hi, Mary.
Hi, I wanted to address the comment regarding the exterior lighting, if I could.
Yes, please.
And the electrical plan is the first sheet of the third PDF.
And you put a
There we
filter
go.
on that light I saw.
Yeah, so fixture A has both a frosted lens on the light, the source itself, which is tucked up in the upper section of the fixture, plus frosted glass in the lantern. And I'll also point out, there's only 2 of those on the top floor and they're off on the side of the house, on the
You were
right-hand
able to
side of
get
that deck.
frosted, you were able to get frosted glass?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And then similarly, fixture B, we added a soft focus lens and a honeycomb baffle.
Yes,
And those are noted to be directed downward. And if you're interested if you go 2 more pages, there's a little lighting diagram in the lower right corner of that sheet.
right on the right hand.
Just to kind of show you that cutoffs, and so I think we're good.
David, scroll to the right. Right there. Yeah, that's it. And I agreed with that. I thought that you guys did a very nice job. I understand it's a little tricky out there on the beach, but trying to keep these hot spots down and things like that. So did you have a chance to review this?
No, I did not have the full chance. to
Okay,
review it, so-
I reviewed your entire set and I think that it's, number one, a really nice set of drawings, and number two, I think you addressed our concerns very well. So I want to acknowledge that for you, or to you, and I'm ready to recommend for final approval submitted at the full board. And you agree with that?
Yeah, no, if you're satisfied with it, then I'm absolutely satisfied.
So, Mary, thank you very much. Do you
Yep.
have any other comments before we?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, Mary, Happy New Year.
Thank
Item
you.
number 3, 1510 Sinaloa Drive. Michael, are you here or somebody else?
David?
Anybody? C4, did I say C3? Taylor carport, patio deck and pergola. Okay,
Are we able to show the? Have to kind of do it manually.
if you want, did you have a chance to review this? There's a lot of stuff on this that was about landscape, but they did what we asked them to do, and I felt that it was okay and are ready to. Yeah, next page. They're reworking the entry in the lower, it's the project, okay. They're reworking that entry, adding a pergola on the right and a carport on the left of that little, what's now a garage, and then turning that into a habitable space.
I've seen this. I remember the
Yes.
project, yeah.
So they just finished it up. They eliminated some tree lights, which we asked them to do, and substituted out, so. Okay. Again, it's on for final approval. I am ready to recommend approval. Okay, thank you. Item C5, 818 Knapp Drive. Mary, are you with us again? D5.
I'm still here. I'm still here, as is Kurt Munzer from NMA.
Okay, but Amy is not here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Happy New Year to you as well. Okay, David. This is not something that would stop us from having an approval tonight or this afternoon?
Did my feed cut out? I'm not hearing anybody.
Yeah, no, hang on. Let's start with the architecture if we can. Okay, way down sheet 8.02. It's way down. Well, I don't know, it might be. It's details. Next one, maybe, oh, that one. Mary, upper right-hand corner detail. Mary,
Yes.
you're not showing that as having metal. This is not something that would stop us from giving an approval. But I think that that is a potential leak in a big way. And I would suggest that you talk to somebody about having that gutter lined with copper or galvanized or something.
Okay. I appreciate that comment.
Yeah, because it's just too prone to movement out there and that membrane is going to break. And then Amy, I'm back on this water plant factor. You and I seem to have a disagreement about that. I just want to reiterate that I believe that what you and that what you're doing is telling the truth as you know it. But I don't believe that you can tell the truth about what people are going to do in 10 years when there's this extreme drought and that they're not going to crank up their water big time. And that the county, the water district may say, hey, you said you could get by with this water. This is all we're going to give you. So I just want to suggest that you have enough room in your calcs to be able to have the higher plant factor. And I think that there will be enough cases where that is done after you leave the project. And when you leave it to the homeowner, that that's a more ultimate, not personally truthful, but like globally truthful event about how people in Montecito will treat their landscaping. So yes, go ahead.
And I actually agree with that approach. That's the way I approach it, is that it's a way of protecting the homeowner. Because if you set yourself up to say you don't need as much water and they may come back and say, well, if you're good with that, then that's what we're gonna give you. And if you have, and it takes away any of your flexibility to expand. So I think John's tactic is a pretty good one. So.
You know, and I appreciate the relatively low water using plants that you put on there. I admire your work, but I just, I don't know if we're trying to be frugal at this stage is wise for the long stage. So anyway, it's not enough to deny project denial, but if you have not yet turned everything into the water district, you may want to consider changing this and every other project to the higher value that WELO permits you to use. So, okay, so I'm ready to recommend final approval is submitted. Are you?
Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you, both of you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The last item is C6, 124 Pomar Lane. Britt, are you with us? Britt? Hello? Okay, so this was just on again for final, right? Preliminary final, okay. We saw this and we all thought that it was okay, and I believe that these drawings are completed, so
Yeah.
I'm good with this.
Yeah, and actually, the only thing that was said was that we encouraged him to use his hand drawing technique whenever he had the chance,
Yeah.
so.
Now, it is on for preliminary, so county council has asked us if we do this at the consent level as well as at the full board, that I request at this time. Is there anybody here attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item C6, 124 Pomar Lane, please?
No requests.
Okay, so I'm ready to approve preliminary final to the full board or recommend.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So that ends the consent calendar. We're going to turn off our mics and we will pick it back up in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. This is I'm like to call the January 11th, 2024 Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. The first item on the agenda is public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board on an item that is not on today's agenda?
And for those attending via Zoom, just raise your hand if you'd like me to call on you. Oh, we do have one hand.
Okay,
So just as a reminder, this is for items not on the agenda. Our first speaker is Carolyn Ferguson.
yes, Carolyn? Carolyn, we can't hear you.
You have to unmute yourself, Ms. Ferguson.
Carolyn? Is she unmuted?
I've sent that little button says ask request to unmute, so it hasn't done it yet. Carolyn, if you are having issues with your mic, sometimes leaving the meeting and re-entering helps.
And we're going to
I'll leave it open.
go to the next item on the agenda and I will come back to this for you to be able to get on. Okay, next item is election of the officers. David, you've been vice chair for 2 years, and if we are rotating, you are next in line. Are you interested in being chair?
Yeah, I would like to, number one, first of all, thank, Chair Watson for spearheading the board for the last 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, this was, last year was your second year, and I think, you did an exceptional job.
Thank you.
And I know that we have some new members. We have, Rob and Robert, and we lost a member, Claire. And the way, the board, the way we normally work is we like to rotate the chairmanship because that's one of the things on the board that, I mean, just give every board member the chance to run the meeting. And it's a lot of work, and I believe that the way we always do, we normally do is that we go to the list, and before John was the chair, it was Bill.
Okay.
And before Bill, it was me. So as we move along, we have, so after Bill stepped down, then it became Dave. And Dave's been a vice chair for 2 years, right?
Right.
Yeah, 2 years. So, then I believe that probably after Dave, probably me, and then probably after me, probably will be Robert and then Rob. So we're kind of rotating it. So definitely this is, Dave's years, and we all know how much work it is to run the board. So, so I definitely so after Dave, it's probably me, but I probably definitely want to nominate Chair Watson for another year, if you're willing to accept it.
I am willing if that's what the board wants.
Yeah, and then if they want to continue to be a vice chair again, it's up to you. Or if you don't want to do it, I could step in. So it's your decision if you want to do it. And
Yeah, I'm happy to serve as vice chair. I just not
Yeah.
capable of doing chair.
yeah, so we make a motion that we keep. We had to elect the chair first, right?
I think you can do both at once.
Yeah, I make a motion that we re-elect Chair John Watson as the chair Ambar and Vice Chair as Dave Mandel for the term of 2024.
Is there a second?
I'd like to second it, but I want to add this very short time that I've been here. I'm extremely impressed with how much time and energy and devotion you put into what you do as chair. And I think you do a fantastic job, and you're incredibly respectful to the applicants so I'm very impressed in the very short time. So I absolutely would love to see you as continue on. And so yes, I second the motion.
You know, we did not do this last year and I thought about it. This is a vote of the board and therefore I think it's under the Brown Act. And therefore I'd like to call for anybody interested in addressing the board on the election of the officer, please.
Not seeing any hands raised for this.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay,
And,
thank you all.
You know, we have a term limit of 3 years, right?
We could fix that though.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Okay, agenda status report. Is there anything? Oh, are you on now, please?
Ms. Ferguson, are you there?
You want to talk to her about telephoning in?
Ms. Ferguson, if you're unable to unmute on your computer, I'll give, oh, looks like you unmuted. Can you hear us?
It just popped up. Okay, great.
Okay, yes. What
Okay.
would you like to say, ma'am, please?
Just when it's at the appropriate time, I had missed a few minutes in the beginning and I didn't know where you were on the agenda, but I can wait until you get to the Carrie Matthews remodel.
We have not, oh, do you know what street that's on, please?
Well, his address is, I believe, is Eucalyptus Hill.
Yeah,
It's the Meadow Edition.
okay, that's item number 5.
Okay, I can.
And so just stay tuned. We'll get there.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, thank you
That's
now.
great. Uh-huh.
Okay, agenda status report. C1 has been continued.
It's still in my thunder, John. Yes, the item C1, the applicant has requested a continuance to your next meeting on January 25th.
Is there a motion to that effect, please?
So moved.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Anything else? That was it, right? Just one. Okay, minutes of the 14th. Any comments from anybody, please? Okay, I would like to suggest that on item number 1, under the action, this is going to be a little confusing, I'm sorry, but Watson moved, seconded by Wolf and carried by a vote of 7-0 to grant final approval of such and such with the applicant to provide fixture F7 at the new mechanical enclosure. Oh, wait, item number 7, comma, to change out the metal cap and then add at the new mechanical enclosure with plaster and to replace the handrail with a more historic one for review by the planner in consultation with the chair of the MBAR. The reason I did that was it was a little confusing as to whether or not the MBAR chair would look at all of it or just that one item. Okay. Item number 3, comment number 2, this was 520 Para Grande, the house on the fairly small lot. Look at reducing the number of windows. Which windows and where's, guys? I think there was either on the north property line or south property line. Tip, I think you made that comment, but I'm not
No,
sure.
actually, I was the one that I don't think is needed because, you know, it's very right to put certain windows on certain elevation, and it's not in the setback. So that's definitely not my comment.
Does anybody remember who said that? I remember the comment. I don't remember where it was located on the project or who made it. Okay. Shall we strike it or shall we leave it? I think it was about the north property line, but if you remember, the project is down here and there's a hedge here and, it just didn't seem like it made any, I don't know, might have been on the south, I don't know. Shall we leave it?
And my recollection is it was facing the neighbor
To the
to the,
south, to the north?
well, across the property line, and they were in the garage. And so somebody said, well, why do you need windows? And I don't know.
Oh,
was-
yeah, I remember.
Look at reducing the number of windows in the garage.
It was the garage.
Okay, so let's add
Should
that.
that be attributed to one member? Because if we all,
Well, a lot of these comments are writing down what each member said. So you disagree with the comment?
yes,
Consider,
Hmm?
consider reducing?
that's fine. You can leave it the way it is, but I just want to, that's, I
Okay,
don't agree with that comment.
look at reducing the number of windows in the garage. And then consider moving, I think we need to be clear about, is it a pedestrian or vehicular gate? And it was a vehicular gate, so consider moving vehicular gate further in. Item number 5, comment number 1, I think just to be clear, site visit and then add the word required. Similarly, item number 6, site visit required. Then comment number 2, the concern was about the mansard roof rather than a complete roof, so I would like to alter that language to say mansard roof seems truncated. Consider more traditional forms with pitch of 4 and 12.
And then comment number 6 was a comment I made in regards to kind of the overall landscape, hardscape layout. I thought that it was the landscape or hardscape simplify and better integrate into the site, I think was where I was going with it.
Okay, so simplify and integrate the landscaping,
Landscape, hardscape into the site.
okay, the landscape hardscape into the site. That's comment number 6, and comment number 5, concern with the amount of windows creating a lantern effect facing East Valley Road. That's all I have. Is there anybody else, please?
My recollection on the roof is, Bill, particularly,
Microphone.
oh, sorry. We were concerned about the mansard and the truncated roof, and I believe it was about a 5 and 12, and Bill was suggesting even much lower than that, like even a 2 or 3 and 12. So I'd say 4 and 12 or less.
Okay. Well, let's say traditional roof with,
In other words, no mansard, but an actual roof that,
what about with minimal pitch?
okay,
How's that? It'll be 2.5 or 2 to 2.5 and 12.
yeah,
I can't remember. It was a metal roof. I don't know what that is.
Yep.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, the comment on show pool fence, I think that might have kind of teamed up with, there was some confusion with the entry gates.
Yes.
That were kind of showing up the driveway, and I think that the pool, the fence, the property fencing and the security gates and all that need to be kind of coordinated as a whole. So I don't know if there's a good way to say that, but it was, the gates were just kind of seemed like they were floating in the middle of the driveway and they weren't really grounded. So if the fencing kind of creates security for the property and then that ties back to the auto gates, all that should work together.
What about just a show fencing?
Well, show, yeah, property, overall property fencing.
Okay, show overall property fencing. Is there a motion to that effect with these changes, please? I'll move for approval of the minutes as amended. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
David, do I need to recuse myself since one of those items I did recuse or do I need to?
You know what we can do is, you can participate in the vote, and if you need to recuse for a specific item, we can just put that in parentheses.
Okay, so I'm,
Which item is it that you,
item 6.
okay, I got it.
Thanks.
Members informational briefing. David, Dave, do you have a conflict?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I have conflicts with 2 of the consent items.
Okay, what about regular agenda?
No.
Okay, I have a conflict with item number 7. Anybody else? Staff update, anything, please?
I just wanted to point out just a general interest. I know that we spent a lot of time on this. The project, there's an appeal on the Montecito Planning Commission agenda next week. It's that Moody Sisters Cottage, the one with Sophie Calvin's project at the re-roof. That's on the agenda next
Which one?
week.
The Moody's Cottage up on,
Oh, that one, the
Metal
paint
roof.
color and the roof. Yep.
Yeah. That's on MPC next week. Meaning the appeal of the item. It's on the agenda next week.
anything else, please? Montecito consent item, there were 6 items. Item number 1 was continued as we've just done. Item number 2, Rob and I reviewed all of them. He and I would like to recommend final approval as submitted. The applicant requested that they have a little bit more freedom in the mounting of the tree lights. In fact, one of them, they couldn't get mounted because there was no limb that was at the height that we had talked about. Rob and I both had a chance to drive by that project and I think found it to be quite nice. So, I'd like to move for final approval with the applicant to mount the tree lights as low as reasonably possible. How's that? Is there a second, please?
Second that.
Any further discussion?
And Dave, if you have multiple items that you need to recuse for, would just recuse from the vote. I think it's probably just easiest.
From that, okay.
Okay, so, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed. Item C3. Dave is going to step down. This is on for final approval. And Rob and I reviewed it and would like to recommend for final approval as submitted. This is the project on the beach, 3-story, 4-story that used to be owned by John Cleese. All those in favor? Oh, wait, I would like to move for final approval as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All
Aye.
those opposed? Dave, you want to yell out that you're recusing?
I'm
yourself?
recusing myself.
Okay. Item number 4, 1510 Sinaloa. This is, we did not have an applicant today, but we reviewed the drawings and thought it was okay. And to that end, I'd like to make a motion for final approval as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Item number C5, we reviewed that, discussed a gutter detail on that, but which is not really within our purview. It's kind of colleague to colleague kind of discussion and a little bit about the plant factor with Amy. But I would like to recommend final approval for item C5 818 Knapp Drive. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Or recuse myself.
And item number 6, this is a project on 124 Pomar Lane that we reviewed last meeting or maybe the meeting before for both preliminary and final. We reviewed the drawings and felt that they are ready for both. And I'd like at this time to ask whether or not there's anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item number C6, 124 Pomar Lane, please. You want to address the board? Yes, please. Have a seat. Up there or down here, whatever you want. And you have to press the little bar that's got a little white so that we can hear you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself for the tape.
Hello, my name is Misael Contreras. I'm agent for the owner.
And I am Naomi Vogel.
Hello, yes, we're here to present the project, just to walk through the plan set. Not sure.
We're ready to approve it.
Ready for approval. Okay. So
You have no comment.
no comment. We're good.
Good move. Could you turn off your mics? Okay, I'd like to make is there anybody else that would like to address the board, please?
No hands up.
I'd like to make a motion for approval as submitted for both preliminary and final. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, regular agenda. Thank you. Item number 1, 600 El Bosque Road. This is the first time we've seen this.
Correct.
Anybody here? Okay, excellent.
Hi, John.
Daryl, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Daryl Becker with Becker Studios, together with Arcadia Studios, presenting an addition to 600 El Bosque. The project consists of a laundry room addition of 121 square feet to the attached garage and a new second-story addition with 2 bedrooms and bathrooms of 670 square feet, 8.2 cubic yards of cut, no fill. Total addition is 791 net square feet to the existing residence of 3,906 square feet for a total main residence of 4,697. And we just recently approved an ADU on the property of another 800 feet. So the grand total on the parcel is roughly 5,500 feet. The addition that's being proposed was actually brainstormed and previously approved by this board in 2016. And then the property was sold to our client who let the land use permit expire. So we're basically picking that up and made some architectural changes to it and presenting that today. The current FAR as projected is 107%. And based on the fact that it's 107, we did a neighborhood survey and drew in seven residences adjacent. That's on sheet, the PDF sheet 2 or the second sheet of the plan. That's the cover. Yeah, there it is at the bottom. And so I believe 3 or 4 of the homes adjacent are at 106. I've got ours is 107, neighbor at 640 is 96, 645 is 106, 660 is 113. 1601 Moore Road, which is adjacent, is 97, 1634 Moore is 113. So it's all kind of right in that realm. The property is located on the corner of Moore Road and El Bosque. And just going back to the cover page, there's a sheet, there's an image at the top that shows the outside of the residence. these are they're at the top. So many of you have seen this. If you've ever driven up El Bosque, this house is looking in the driveway. The second plan sheet 2 shows the neighborhood photos and other homes along the El Bosque LA. And then the next sheet is our site plan. And the area of the work is indicated on the westerly side of the property over the existing kitchen area. So there you go, area of work number 2. And then there's a small addition on the garage. To make things a little quicker, I'll just take you straight to the elevations. So if you'll turn to
Let's go to the roof plan,
roof
please. The
plan
proposed roof,
roof plan would be
right there.
correct. It would be the next page. 2 more
Yeah,
back,
next page,
sheet
next
10, 9, sheet 9.
Keep going.
That's existing. 1 more page is the proposed.
Go to the
So,
elevation.
and then here are the elevations. So at the top, you see existing front elevation or south elevation. And then the image below it is the proposed. And then the lower middle or the third drawing down is existing elevation facing west. And then the bottom image is that 2-story addition over the existing kitchen area. The next plan sheet is, which is sheet 3.12, you've got it, shows the existing north and proposed north elevation, and then we've got proposed east, existing east and proposed east. And anyway, that essentially shows the north-facing massing on the second elevation study there. The next sheet is a material board and some sections. And then the next sheet is a landscape plan. I don't think that there's anything else I need to present. I think that succinctly proposes what's going on. I think Derek can propose the landscape.
Yeah, and this is Justin and Derek from Arcadia Studio. For the landscape, I guess starting where you can see the addition on the house at the north end. The 2 kind of faint white circles closest to that are 2 existing mature oak trees. And so we haven't really tried to do anything around there as far as landscape or really anything intensive. Up against the addition we've got the pool equipment. And then to the east of to the right is a terrace landscape, being that the natural grade is sloping down towards the house. So there's a large turf area that's kept level that steps down to the pool terrace. And this was all done last summer. And it all is, we had to kind of work around the Kachuma water line. So that's dictated a lot of the placement of the features on this. But from the pool terrace, then it steps down to the existing terrace that goes to the residence. We're proposing some fruit trees and have installed 2 olive trees where on either side of the pool terrace that are enclosed in that kind of the square retaining wall. The owner is very concerned about privacy, so we haven't touched the edges. There's existing hedging, existing trees. We plan to leave all of that and boost it up. Yeah, and so from the lawn, excuse me, up to the ADU, we've got steps on either side of the lawn, and then as you get up to the ADU, we've provided a let's see, from the middle of the ADU, you walk west, which is left on the plan, to a large hardscape patio. And then the opposite direction, as you come out of the south end of the ADU, there's a more informal gravel terrace with just a very low retaining wall. Yeah, that's all the landscape.
So are you two done then, both groups?
We are.
Before we get going on with questions, I have one for Kimberly, please. Are you there?
I am.
This is a corner lot and they are proposing to step the second story towards the street so that the setback at the second story is 49 feet 4. Do you have a comment about that, please?
They will need a modification or a variance to encroach the second story into the setback. All setbacks have to be clear from ground to sky.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions. Robert?
I'm curious, are the doors and windows to remain except for the addition?
So Robert, the doors and windows that are changing are let's go back to the elevation on sheet 10. No, that's.
No, 10 was good.
No, that's great. So the lower two windows in the second story proportion. So the bottom elevation, the lower two windows change as well. We're adding the new two windows above and the door. And then in the new addition, the windows are changing adjacent to the garage. That's not a change, that's a new addition with the laundry room on the left.
Is there a reason why you have multi-lights on the addition and below and single Muntin and mullion-less lights on the rest of the house?
Well, the existing house has single light, more contemporized glazing. And as we're changing it out, we're trying to take it back a little more traditional. So if you look at the existing west elevation, you have these 3 arched windows and an arched door, which we felt was just too repetitive. And so we're taking the opportunity to incrementally change the windows and doors as we migrate around the house and are changing the architecture. So it happens here. If we go back, if we take the next sheet in 312, you'll see we're incrementally changing those windows on the north elevation as well. We didn't take the opportunity to change the existing residence because that's an array of doors there, but all of the new changes on the house, we're trying to take it back to a more traditional look as opposed to a contemporary look. So it's intentional. We did the same thing on the east elevation of the second floor. And then the new ADU is in the same vernacular, if you will.
Okay, no more questions.
Rob, please.
Just on the driveway entry gate, so all that's proposed, the entry gates?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then so the only question I have is, so on the one gate, is that an exit only set of gates, or is there no, do you have any kind of setback that you're having to navigate through? You have that setback on the kind of the main gates on the corner, but then is that an exit only gates up on El Bosque?
Correct.
Is that how that's described or allowed, I guess?
Well, we can label it or notate it as such, but that was the intention, is to enter at the lower gate and exit only at the upper.
Okay. And then can you just And then I'm trying to understand kind of the main sense of arrival, the front door, that's on the, it doesn't really show up on the site plan, but it's on the corner down there. Is that what I'm looking at?
It's not shown on this plan currently.
Just wonder where the front door, okay, there you go. All
Go
right.
back
There's that-
one sheet, the front.
Yeah,
the
that
front
one
door-
sheet.
You know, the front door is just inside the main gate. There's a parking area lined with the side of the house. It's existing paving. And
Could you
then
go back to that other sheet, the sheet before? I think that explains it more.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's what I was not really seeing that I'm now seeing. Great. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Dave, please, questions?
Yeah, what, you said that this project was previously approved. What has been changed from the previous approval, especially size or heights or massing?
The massing hasn't significantly changed. The window and door fenestration and the second floor plan has changed. Yeah, just some minor refinement in terms of detailing.
With the size of the project, the height,
Not
that hasn't
significantly.
changed.
No.
Thanks.
Chip, questions, please.
And just one question. It always has two entrances.
Correct.
Thank you. Derek, is that pool new, please?
Yes.
So it looks like you have a lawn, which probably is going to have a plant factor of about 0.8, 0.7, and a pool with a plant factor of 1. And that's dominant of what you're doing. How are you going to meet WELO?
The lawn is artificial.
The lawn is artificial.
Well, how are you going to meet WELO? But anyway, you guys figure that out, since the only new addition is 1, and you need to get it down to 0.55, right?
We're going to surprise you, John.
Okay, thank you. I am hardly, I'm waiting with bated breath. Now, Daryl,
Yes.
as it turns out, my wife and I walk around various neighborhoods to get a little exercise. And within the last 2 weeks, we walked right by this house and I saw the sign. And so I have like that impression from my walk. What would your comment be that the second story now ruins the primary architectural feature of that round form? What would your comment be if I made that comment, please?
Well, we've intentionally tried not to do that. And we've tried to scale the second floor massing so that we leave a major portion of that rotund expressed. So I don't think from the street scale that'll happen. I mean, a lot of this is, you can look through the driveway and you see the round entry form, yes. But at the scale, at the human scale, at the street, I don't think that is in fact valid. I think that it's not as predominant, but it's still, we didn't try to take it away. We didn't try to raise it. We didn't try to change it. We want to incorporate that into the design.
Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 1, 600 El Bosque Road, please?
Not seeing any hands raised for this one.
Okay, we are at comments, conceptual. Robert, please. Oh, and a new second story. Do we need a site visit, please? Robert.
I, in general, feel the second story actually ties in pretty well. The rotunda or round tower adjacent to it, I'm not troubled by that. And I know it's all kind of feels kind of close to the street for some reason. But But I like the project and I would support it going forward. Possibly story polls if other board members think it's a relationship to the street that warrants it, but in general, I support the project.
Rob, comments, please?
I think you guys have done a really nice job. I like the project. I really like your fireplace. That's fun. The only shortcoming I see that needs to be dealt with in some fashion is the trash enclosure, and the one picture that's in the drawing file kind of exposes that is there's just a trash bin sitting in the middle of the driveway. So I think the trash needs to be dealt with in some creative way to kind of hide that. And so, but other than that, you guys have done a really nice job.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I agree with the other board members' comments, and I don't have anything to add. As far as the story polls, I'm assuming this was story polled the last time around, but I don't know that. So if there's a question, then I think we probably do need to.
Tip, comments?
Yeah, I think that would be a nice landing addition, and I personally, I don't think we probably need story poll on this project. That's my opinion.
I disagree with my fellow board members. I think that the fancy term in architecture school is parti. And I think that the whole project was based around that circular entry form. And it just feels to me that it's getting minimized in importance. And it lacks the integrity that I think that round form has. I find it unfortunate, but it sounds like I'm the only one that feels that. You want
story poll?
I think number one, story polls will give us a chance to get out and see if I'm right or wrong. And number two, that area over on the west side, it will give them an opportunity to demonstrate how the perimeter landscaping will or will not shield that project. That's a very densely landscaped street.
Yeah, I definitely can support story poll.
Okay, so that's 2, 3. Okay, so let's do story polls. And then Derek, can you make sure that you discuss the perimeter landscaping along the west side when we're out there?
Yes.
Okay, good. Anything else?
John, can you clarify specifically what you'd like story poll? Just
the ridge.
The ridge and the
second-story
second
ridge,
floor. Okay, the 4 points on the corner and the ridge.
Okay, Tip would like the 4 corners, which will, and by doing that, Derek, we're going to see how the massing intersects with that round form that's there.
Understand.
Okay. So thank you very much. Item number 2.
You like that item to just further conceptual?
Yeah, further conceptual. Thank you. Item number 2, Daryl, you're back with us, 618 Hot Springs Road. We did do a site visit today and we have 2 comment letters. I don't know if there are people that also are going to be at the meeting to address this in person or on Zoom. So Daryl, would you like to go ahead, please? Or whomever?
Sorry, just moving things over here. Okay, Daryl Becker again with Becker Studios, together with Ken Lindstedt and Scott Menzel. John, I'm not sure how much we need to rehash on the overall project statistics. We've gone over that previously, but I'm happy to go through that if you'd like me to.
You saw this before, right? Robert, you've seen this, haven't you? Yeah, I think the issue is going to be the mass, bulk, and scale on this project. So maybe you can address those issues.
Okay. So again, after the site meeting today, Ken and Scott and myself took some time and met with the neighbor to the west and took a look at the possibility of addressing some of their concerns. And so I think first and foremost, maybe what we should do is put up the site plan. Which is probably best represented on the landscape plan, actually, if you want to go to PDF sheet 23. That's the architectural set. That's fine. Okay. So as previously mentioned, we didn't have access to the neighboring plans, but the board reviewed the story poles today. We discussed the massing, the ridge, the siting of the house, and then Ken discuss this further with the neighbor and then also with our client. So I'm going to ask Ken to kind of weigh in here. The one thing I also, prior to handing off, I wanted to point out is that we drew up an exhibit that shows a sectional cut as requested by one of the board members, appreciated, to the house above at 630. And so that gives you a perspective of what the distance is to the other house and our house. We've not done that to the west neighbor, who we think we impact the most. And so, Ken, I'll just hand this over to you in terms of discussing what you have studied and where we are with things. Ken.
Yeah. Hey, hi, Ken Lindstedt. Thanks so much for meeting with us this morning. So since the last meeting, I think what we were asked to do was reduce the kind of the width from setback to setback, which we have done in this plan. I think we're approximately 15 feet less. And we have also pushed the garage a little bit forward in this plan as well and rotated it. And I think one of the big benefits of rotating the garage is that we open up kind of a fairly significant triangle of space between our western property line and the garage. And we did have that meeting this morning on site with our neighbors to the west, which was super helpful to see their view of the story poles. I have since spoken to my client because it's apparent that the biggest concern is the height of the ridge of the house. And we are feeling very confident that we can reduce the height of this house 2 to 3 feet, probably through a series of lowering the finished floor of the main level and potentially lowering some of the ceiling heights in the house and or maybe adjusting the pitch of the roof. But we'd like the opportunity to study that and kind of re-present that to you all.
Okay. Are you then complete with your presentation?
So
is Scott with us
I think
today?
the other item that we can talk about here is, I mean, there's any edits to the architecture, I think are probably going to come from landscape architecture and screening to a non-primary view of the adjacent neighbor. And then also these changes that Ken is proposing. And we took a look at that after leaving the site. And I don't think we can get much more than about 2.5 to 3 feet out of the overall ridge and the massing in terms of dropping, but I think we can get that without compromising the design. Scott, do you want to discuss the property line screening and then also the retaining wall shift and grade change that might help us add some screening between the properties?
Sure thing. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Menzel. I'm the landscape architect. The last time you saw this project, we did not have a conceptual landscape plan, but this is not all too different from the site plan that you did see. I think to address the biggest issue being the screening, we are proposing all new hedging around the perimeter of the property. In in this plan, we are not showing any new trees on our western property line where we've, you know, in being on the neighbor's property this morning and seeing the visual impact of the story poles, I came back to the office and studied opportunities for introducing some new trees. And due to the changes that Ken has made to the garage the last time you saw the plan, we have adequate amount of room on that west property line to bring in some fairly mature trees. You know, at minimum, we can accommodate a 60-inch box or larger. And to give some perspective to that, a 60-inch box, I just planted one yesterday and it was 17 to 18 feet tall. So there's not shown in this plan west of the garage. There's certainly opportunity to add some really tall, mature screening to help alleviate the visual impact of our neighbor to the west. In addition to that, or aside from that, I do want to take the quick opportunity just to give you a quick little overview of the landscape plan, because there may be some other things here that are of interest to the board. In order to accommodate a fire truck turnaround, we're removing 2 oak trees. We're working with arborist Bill Spiewak. He's assessed all of our removals and impacts to critical root zones, and he's recommended that we add a total of 5 native oak trees. And so we are proposing at minimum 5 48-inch box oaks. And in addition to that, we have another 9 new trees proposed on this plan. This lot, as you may recall, is sort of bisected on an east-west axis by a sanitary easement. The house is on the northern half. On the lower half, we're proposing a lawn, bocce, sport court, and pergola. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are you guys, both teams done then, please?
Yeah, Ken, is there anything else you might add or not?
I think that's all I had to add for today.
Questions, Tip?
Can you give me an idea what is the difference in finished floor elevation between this property and 616?
The one to the west.
I'm not sure we have that data. I believe it's about 6 feet estimated.
Lower.
We're approximately 6 feet lower. We just recently been shared that data, but I don't have it. I'm estimating about 6 feet lower, our parcel, first floor.
And what is the size of the second floor?
In square footage?
Yes.
It's in the cover sheet.
Second floor is 1,200 feet.
And so that's 1,200 square feet right in the middle.
1219.
Okay, and what is the plate height for the first floor and the second floor?
10 feet.
Is that it?
What is it from floor to floor? First floor to second floor?
It's 9 feet.
No, floor to floor.
Oh, floor to floor is, we're adding 18 inches for structure from first floor to second floor. So it would be 11'6".
No, 10'6".
He
Well,
said
fourth
10,
floor would be 11'6".
you said 10-foot ceiling heights.
Or 10 foot. And then what's the plate height for second floor?
9 feet.
And what the roof pitch on the second floor?
6 and 12.
6 and 12. And
This
have
is
you
where I think we can adjust these various numbers.
And you consider this Spanish Mediterranean revival? That's the design?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Dave, questions, please.
My questions, the building height and the height of the screening. They've answered them. Thanks.
Rob? Questions?
Yes, please. What's the hedge, material that's being proposed?
Nothing specific is specified at the moment, but I would consider either a bay or Carolina cherry.
Okay, and then, so you mentioned, Scott, about a tree in a 60-inch box, 16, 17 feet tall. Which tree were you referencing, or which?
Well,
You got that kind of size out of? What are you thinking?
So I was thinking something like an oak. Yeah.
Okay, and then does and this is a question, I guess, for the architect, is what is the difference in square feet of the house to the west that we were looking at that was under construction versus this project footage? Does anybody know that off the approximate?
Know the size of that?
No.
We can get that momentarily.
What is the square feet of this project, the house?
It's not really apples to apples because
I just was curious.
Sorry, Chris, I don't have that available.
Okay, yeah, just if you get it in a moment, that's fine.
We're happy.
And then one other question is, so on the property to the east, now nobody showed up from over there. What's going on over there? I couldn't see. Is there another house where there's
Right.
potential impacts, or they weren't worried about?
So that property is off the Stone Meadow Way, and those people bought the house about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and have gone through renovation and are in the process of selling it. And that's all I know. We haven't had any
concerns or something?
Concerns or issues there. It's their rear yard, and we're not proposing to remove any of the vegetation along the tree canopy. I think Scott's addressing the lower level hedging, mid-level view issues, privacy issues.
Okay, all right. Square footage, anybody get that yet? All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so here we are with the Google map or Google Earth. So,
that helps. Thank you.
Okay, the house is pretty far away and there's a pool right there. Okay. Scott, can you tell me about how high the hedge is on the western property line that's there today?
Well, there honestly isn't much of a hedge there today. There's several mature oak trees, all of which are staying.
Right, they were a little north of the view corridor.
Yes, that is correct. And then there's one just about south. So unfortunately, one of these trees isn't perfectly positioned for us or our neighbors. So the idea would be to fill that gap with some trees. I think trees will be far more effective than our hedge, because I would imagine our hedge, maybe being 10 to 12 feet tall, and it'll take some time to get that tall. Trees, I think we can start far more mature and get 15 plus feet to begin. There was a question earlier about the finished floor of the neighbor's house. We did receive those plans just a few hours ago, and I checked back, and they're 14 feet above our finished floor, if that is any of use to you.
Above our ridge.
Their finished floor is at 316.
Oh, sorry. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Wrong house.
14. Okay, for the architect, are you planning a flat ceiling at the second floor, please?
We are going to vault the second floor at the media room, potentially flat ceilings at the bedrooms.
And if you vaulted the ceiling in all of the primary spaces, not bathrooms or hallways, although you might do it, would that give you an opportunity to lower it even that plate, maybe even an additional foot?
Yes, I agree that could happen.
And was that in your 2 to 3 foot calculation, or would that foot be an additional foot, please?
When I was saying 2 to 3 feet, this was part of the thinking, is that we could do that at the upper floor.
So
Get
that was
closer to
already
3 feet.
incorporated in your thinking.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Comment, public, yes, please. Tim.
One more. Can you bring up the second floor plan, please, David? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Oh, so there's an upper terrace on the left.
Yes.
It's an outdoor room.
Yes.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Public comment. We have at least 2 comment letters. Things happen in the morning of our meetings that I can't always keep track of. And is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on this issue?
I believe Mr. Dobberpool is online and we have 2
Okay.
people online.
Okay, and would this be a repeat to the comment letters that we received, or is this unique, please?
One of them might be.
Okay, so let's not double dip. So if you'd like to speak with us, we'd love to hear from you, but then we won't be reading your letter. So who do you have, please?
First will be Joel Dobberpool,
Yes.
be followed by Kyle Forsyth.
Joel and Kyle. Joel.
Yes, thank you. I'll just make one comment that is not specifically in the letter, just as it relates to the discussion that was just had. And that is for those who weren't at the site this morning, we appreciate everyone who came, but for those who weren't, we don't think it's a matter of just a couple of feet at the mass at the top, at the ridge line. We would disagree with the comment that the existing trees are not in a good spot. They're actually in a great spot. And so the burden of requiring such large trees to cover up is is just more than it really starts to impact view corridors, et cetera. And then just specifically on the rotation, we just are concerned of how close the garage is to the property line, particularly the southwest corner by one of those oak trees. But to be clear, yeah, it's 5 or 6 feet on the ridge line to us is would be, I guess, within acceptable to us.
And you are the property owner directly to the west, the property we visited today, please?
Yes.
Okay.
And you asked our finished square footage is just under 4,000 square feet.
And that's the end of your comment, please?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, and Kyle, please?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And where are you located in relationship to this property, please, this project?
Yeah, I'm the advisor for the 630 Hot Springs Road LLC, the development.
Okay.
Just the north of the property. If you could go back, you did have an elevation that Darrell had put up with a sight line between the properties. It showed between six.
So we just
there we are. Yeah, if you look at the line, what's missed there, if you move over to what's the pool and the cabana to the bottom of we're looking directly from their pool deck and their cabana with the current flags. You look directly into their bedrooms, and they will also vice versa turn around and be able to have a direct line of sight to the pool deck, the pool cabana. But there's just a lack of screening that would be beneficial and mutual for this project and for this property from a neighborly standpoint. And mature trees would have to be. We had our team on site yesterday, and we put up some 19-foot poles, which was about enough to block the house, except for we still see the roof. We see probably 4 or 5 feet of it. which we can understand where our neighbors are also having an issue with that because it's right on top of them. I did have a chance to visit their property, and it really felt like a large massing for our neighbor. But for this project, for 630 in particular, there's going to need to be mature trees and done early, very early in the project, not something left to the tail end when we all know that things don't get installed, which is unfortunate, which we should start asking in the future for specific timelines to be in place. But besides that, we agree with our neighbor, Joel, that we do think that it needs to be brought down. I'm happy to hear that there's at least a few feet, but we'd love to see more. And we're going to leave it at that. We trust the board on this, and we know that you're going to continue to look at it. And we're thankful that, you know, the Daryl and his team have done what they can, but we think there's some more work.
So just before we go into comments, Daryl, I've heard floor to floor. I've heard roof pitch, but I have not heard lowering the entire house by lowering the grade. And as a simile to that, where is the finished floor of the proposed house in relationship to the finished floor of the existing house, please? Are you higher or lower?
So John, I think I just want to correct you. I believe Ken had indicated that part of his 3 feet reduction, what he proposed was reducing the finished grade, finished floor of the residence 618 foot to 1.5 foot at finished grade, meaning cutting down lower. And then the discussion was to also throw into the mix the second floor plate height from 9 to 8. And then also look at the roof slope from 6 to 12 to something a little less steep. And that's how we came up with 3 feet. So we were looking at finished grade.
Okay, and as of today, is the proposed finished floor higher, lower, or equal to the existing residence on site, please?
So I think the existing residence is 301.5 finished floor and ours is 302.
Okay, the same, yeah. Okay, comments, Tip, please. Thank you for the answer. Tip.
Yes, you know, I have a little different perspective on this project because I don't think that anything in the Montecito guidelines stated that your project had to be invisible from your neighbors. I think we are addressing the privacy issues, which is our main concern. And when you do a house, you know, it should be seen. It can be seen. And you don't want to have a project that you have to hide your house so nobody can see your house. So I strongly feel about that. So number two is that, you know, the site is fairly large. It's a 2.28 acre, am I right?
Right.
Something like that. And the size of the second story is rather small. I believe you said 19 square feet.
Correct.
And it's right in the middle of the site. And just the placement of that in terms of site planning, you know, and the massing, I absolutely see nothing wrong with that issue. And I think I compliment you to, you know, minimize the second floor and put in the right location, that literally in the middle of the site. And in terms of the house, it's 5,900 square feet. It's, you know, it's meet the guidelines. I think you, what your FAR is at about 1.0?
90.
Yeah, so that definitely meets our guideline. And when you have a house of this caliber, of the site of 2.2 acres, you know what, I wouldn't push the applicant lower the ceiling down to 8 feet or 9 feet. That's not a good planning, in my opinion. Same as the second floor, you know, you should have some decent height. 9 feet is not tall, you know, and I wouldn't want them to push it down to 8 feet. I would look at the roof pitch a little bit, instead of 612, maybe do it 512. That might look a little better. It's just an aesthetic, in my opinion. And And then, everything is within, not encroaching to a setback. The garage, stay outside the setback. It's a one-story element, and it is what it is, and that's their right to do what they can do. And so I think coming down to that, I think that definitely, if we can look at some a property screening, because when I was at the 616, I think that if you have some nice hedging, that would probably give a lower, um, greener, more privacy between the two neighbors. But I really believe that this neighborhood has some really large parcels, and the house is site properly, and I wouldn't even. I just maybe you should lower the roof just a little bit. The plate height, I think, is perfectly fine, and I definitely can support it the way it is. Thank you.
Dave, please.
Yes, I want to commend the applicants for responding to the board, both in the first round and reducing or increasing the setbacks, and taking another look today after this meeting and proposing to lower the roof, 2 feet. I think those are very meaningful concessions. And yeah, I think also the orientation of the house and the garage actually further mitigate the impacts to the neighbors by not presenting a parallel structure to the property line, but actually afford more space for landscaping and a less straight on view. I appreciate the way that the massing steps from the center to the down on either side to the setbacks. The project's well below the maximum allowable height. And I don't think this project is impacting the primary views of the neighbors. And so I with the increased setbacks and the reduction in the roof height, I think this is a reasonable proposal, and I can support the project moving forward in that direction.
Rob, please, comments.
Yeah, I have a almost 40-year experience in visual resource analysis, and so I kind of look at it with a technical eye. And the story polls were extremely helpful, and I could not see where any of the view corridors were impacted. In fact, the house seems to be perfectly well sited. The surrounding vegetation, it's like nicely absorbed by some of the mid-ground vegetation. Some of the views down the coastal range were not impacted. Any of the important views that the neighbors had and were concerned about, I thought were not impacted at all. I mean, so I agree with my fellow board members in that I don't think there's a obligation to make the house go away. With that said, in terms of being a good neighbor, little things like reducing it a little bit and then a few well-placed trees could at least soften the impact to the benefit of the both of them. But I think what's been done and what's proposed is really well thought out, and I can support what's there now, actually. So,
Robert.
I agree with the other members, and having been there today, I don't feel this house is in any way in the primary view of the home under construction to the west. It's all about the ocean view, I think, for that home. And once the screening is put in, this house is going to go away. I'd actually be more concerned about the home to the north and making sure that we get some screening on the north property line that is acceptable to both parties there. But I agree it's a very reasonable proposal and I support it.
Before I speak, I think I want to verify the comment letters we heard from one of the applicants, but was there a comment from someone else that we did not hear?
Yes,
And I'd like to make sure we get that in the record before I say something.
and that was from Ruth Kovacs, I think agreeing with
Okay,
Mr. Galbraith.
was there another one? besides that?
Just, it was from Mr. Dobberpool.
Okay, very good. And then my comments, I have a slightly nuanced opinion of divergent from my fellow board members. I think that the house could drop some. I think that it's not okay for us to ask the lower level on a house this size to be less than 9, and I think 10 is actually okay. Upstairs, I could see it as 8 with an open beam ceiling without any trouble. I think that's gonna be within the spirit of this house. And if this is truly goes back to to the Spanish Revival, that roof pitch is oftentimes 3 and 12 or even 4 and 12, but not this high. I think you're gonna be able to grab some there. So if there's a way to lower it on the site, the grading, so the finished floor, the first floor down, and we can get that 2 to 3 feet, I think it will be better. I also do believe that the landscaping, the hedging between the neighbor to the west and this property, it's unfortunate that there is none now to speak of. I think that that is going to have a fairly significant impact between the two neighbors, leaving the mountain view to viewing it towards the east, basically intact. There's some trees along the eastern property line of the proposed project that take out the long view down towards Carpinteria and Santa Monica and all that already. So we're just getting a little view up towards the San Ynez Mountains, which is not being impacted by this house. So I think that when they are able to lower this 2 or 3 feet and get the landscaping, I think it's going to be fine. So that's my opinion at this point. So, okay, where do we want to come back? Do we want to come back for preliminary on this, guys?
I'd love to come back on preliminary. I'd like to get conceptual today and come back to preliminary.
There is no vote for conceptual, Daryl.
Say preliminary final to full board,
I agree.
Do you think you can go all the way there?
if they can.
Yeah, okay, preliminary, final, full board next time.
Thank you.
Daryl, it's rare that people make it all the way to final, but at least we'll be able to identify the last couple of issues. So,
Understood.
okay.
We'll address those items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, and at that time, any neighbors that don't like this project, not today, after today's meeting, but at the preliminary, assuming we vote for preliminary, you can appeal our decision at that point if you want. So if you don't feel that we've done a good enough job. So 869 Buena Vista Avenue. Brett, are you here, please? Ah, very good. So have you worked these mics before? Okay, there's a long bar with a white, push that down, it'll turn red. And now you're live, okay?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brett Ettinger, Ferguson Ettinger Architects. Pleased to be here today to present a rather small, partially undergrounded basement structure that I believe qualifies as an accessory structure and so thus qualifies for design review, as well as a partial relocation of an existing entry driveway. The site is located at 869 Buena Vista Road, Montecito, at the pretty much the northern terminus of Buena Vista on the western side of the road. If we go, please, to the second sheet, I can orient you to the site, as well as some contextual photographs for your benefit. The lower right-hand corner is the existing site plan, as well as the proposed footprint of the detached accessory structure. On the left side, upper left, is a view of where we're proposing the new entry gates. On the lower left-hand portion of the sheet are the existing entry gates. You'll see those in the site plan on the lower right, and the existing driveway shown dashed in the relocated driveway moved further up to the north to get out of the way and give some nice clearance to the proposed detached accessory structure. Simply in terms of the visuals to the street, the site is completely concealed from view, including the garden, the driveway, and the existing residence. So the one change to the Buena Vista roadway is to relocate those existing cast aluminum gates up the road to where you see them in the center left photograph. The two photographs on the right, again, which are concealed from view, show the proposed site of the partially undergrounded basement. It's basically a debris flow with some nice large boulders and some succulent garden available there. The lower right-hand corner, again, shows where these photographs are taken from in terms of their numbers. The accessory structures deliberately located parallel to the existing contour lines. You'll note that it's on a different orthogonal than the existing house. The existing house is an assemblage. It's a modern or contemporary home, an assemblage of cubistic flat roofed volumes, very modern. If we, this project, by the way, was really difficult to present. If you go to the next sheet, please. Because the structure is pretty much underground. Here is a larger site plan and floor plan of the proposed accessory structure. You can see in more detail the proposed relocation for the driveway, which is chip seal. The driveway itself will be pretty much on grade with the existing topography to allow for the existing drainage flow. You can see shown in blue there. The only difference is that the grades will be properly oriented on the driveway for proper flow and cross-sectional alignment there. The accessory structure is one open volume. It's a storage structure. It has a small toilet room for people on staff there. It's a rather extensive landscape endeavor to keep this site up so that structure will function like that. It's completely underground, partially underground, pardon me. If you go to the next sheet, this is what I was talking about. It was hard to present this because there is an accessory dwelling unit proposed on top of this. So what we've tried or endeavored to do in the sections and building elevations is sort of soften or lighten up the accessory structures and then the ADU and then highlight the accessory structure for you. It's completely concealed on the northwest end, and on the sides, it is exposed about 1 foot down to about an average of 3 feet on the ends. And then facing the driveway in that previous view that you saw, there's an exposure of about 3 feet. The exposed portion of the accessory structure, if we go back to the cover sheet, I can show you a rendering that we did to try and show. If you zoomed in, please, David, on the rendering a little bit at the top. Look closely at the noting there. The ADUs under, sorry about that, I apologize. You can see a portion of the accessory structure barely underneath there, located or labeled in white. I think those are the major components of design review.
And do you have landscaping?
We do have a landscape plan, and we do also have our tree report. They weren't complete in time to get to you.
Okay, very good.
We'll have to come back with those. I apologize.
Questions, Rob, please.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Robert, questions?
What are the materials proposed on the elevations?
The building we see in front of us is an ADU, and we have no ability. What we're looking at today is essentially the basement.
Correct.
Okay.
I got
The ADU is below.
No, the ADU is what we're looking at. We're not allowed to comment about that. And what we're actually looking at is the foundation of the ADU, which is a big thing, and it's going to be an accessory building. So Brett's bringing it before us.
No more questions.
Dave, questions?
No questions.
Tip.
Have you had an arborist looking at the site in moving the driveway and impacting the trees?
Yes, Tip. Yeah, Bill Spiewak's on board. Our tree report is actually complete. We just didn't get it to you in time.
In time.
Because we are within the critical root zone of those two trees that are framing our new driveway entrance, he is calling for three 48-inch mitigation oaks to be planted on site. They are incorporated into our conceptual.
And
landscape.
how many oak trees are you removing?
We are not removing any.
And how many cubic yard of cut and fill?
There's no cut and fill associated with any of the oak trees.
What about the driveway and the structural?
The driveway's on grade. We're just,
And you're digging a hole, so what are you doing with the dirt in the hole?
oh, that's listed on our cover sheet. There's more cut than there is fill on this site. We're taking some of the cut and reshaping the contours that I showed you on the site plan to get a more organic and natural feel to the site after we remove the existing driveway.
And how
There
much are
isn't.
you exporting, please?
That's listed on our, give me about
That's what you're driving.
5 seconds here.
That's what you're driving at, right?
Yeah. Sorry. I believe it's about 125 cubic yards of export.
12 trucks. Okay, any other questions? Yep.
No.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 3, 869 Buena Vista Avenue, please?
And if you're remote, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. Not seeing any hands raised for this item.
Comments, Rob, comments, and where should this go next, please?
I actually have a question that's kind
Okay.
of involved in that. So I'm just trying to understand so you're berming in the front yard and so the driveway kind of sweeps around in this picture we see, and then you're mounding and berming in front of that structure, and then is that what I'm looking at? You're doing a bunch of mounding out in front, or?
No, there's no mounding. It's all just working with the existing contours and cutting back to.
Okay, and then
Have it-
that one oak tree there as you come into the project on the left side,
Yes,
is there, Bill's Speedwax looked at that, there's enough room in terms of what's being proposed for changing the grade around there and not affecting that tree, I guess?
we have made a minor change to that. He did comment on those rather large boulders that you see ringing the tree in that concave shape. Instead of those, we're going to be kind of holding the edge of the left edge of the driveway with a battered stone wall. So all of those are going to go away, and all of the grading that you see proposed within the critical root zone of that tree is gone. It's all natural.
Okay, all right, so I don't have anything to add beyond that.
You know, I'm sorry to questions. Has the fire department looked at this yet?
No, they have not. That as well as Public Works, who are required for the public right of way. We have those two to do.
Comments, Robert, please.
Given the ADU, really, I think this comes down to the driveway change. And that's an odd intersection right there as it stands. And I just want to make sure, yeah, Public Works and Fire, approves this driveway change. Really, it's the kind of biggest component that I see given what we're allowed to review. That's it for me.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I appreciate the way you're working with the existing site. You've minimized the grading, and to my mind, that's the biggest impact for what we're allowed to review. So I can support the project based with the pending the landscape plan, because I think that's really, to me, this is more of a landscape review project for us. So we'd need to see the landscape plan to give it my full support, but from what I can see now, I can support it.
Tip,
I guess I forgot to ask you, what's the FAR?
FAR for this existing parcel?
No, because I believe that when you do a master plan like this and
The ADUs included in the.
it's included and it's, yeah, it should
Put it
be,
in there.
so the 1.7, 1.27.
Yes.
Yeah, that's that's my first, can you go back to the site plan? Well, I'm just looking at the big blob you have right in the middle because we can't comment on the blob. I'm just saying the massing and the driveway, and it seemed to be to me like a lot of things try to force into the site. And I think looking at the FAR, that kind of confirm it at 1.27. And it seems like, whatever you add in the middle, it's kind of by itself. Obviously, it have nothing to do with the main house. And the driveway had to be moved to accommodate it. And it just seemed to me a little forced into a spot, even though it might work with the contour because of how the ground sloping down to the driveway. But look at the site. I look at the side of the size of the main house. The swimming pool, the driveway. I I I believe that might be too much for the site, and this is a very large parcel. It's over 1 acre. Am I right?
Yeah, about 1.2.
1.2 acres, and we definitely have to do an FAR study, in my opinion, in the neighborhood to make sure that it's in line, and then we'll revisit. But my first impression, I think, is really crowded. Thank you.
Then we go back to the FAR. Okay, as everybody knows, I worked on the original FAR calcs and the revisions and all that. So let's zoom out just a little bit so we can see the whole thing. Okay, so what's happening here in the upper portion, the upper calc, there's no addition or deletion. That's what it is. If it was approved correctly or incorrectly, that's what it is. Now we have an accessory dwelling unit, which is a part of that second table. And when you go in the lower right-hand corner, we see that it's 907. I'm not quite sure where you get the 907. Oh, that's recommended. And then the 800 is what's being proposed in the FA. So 100% of the overage has to do with the existing house, which is not being remodeled. And with the second major revision to the FAR study, the accessory structures has an allowance of 907 and is only using up 800 of that. So that 127 is not changing from what it is now. If it's an accessory dwelling unit, if it's a guest house, if it's a something or other, it's still less than the 907. If that was a right move or a wrong move by the board, me, and the board of supervisors, this is not changing the FAR.
But let me ask you this question because since we are not looking at the ADU,
Yes,
and the
we're not
ADU is,
committed to it.
but the ADU is a part of the calculation, but the applicant is adding a ground floor. And
No.
it's exposed out to the back, daylight.
Well, the question is whether or not it's fully underground or partially
It's
underground.
not, because it's completely daylight from the section, because that is what you call that, the whatever, another functional.
Partially underground basement.
Yeah, but we have a windows facing the south or the east, and the ground is sloping like that, so it's exposing two sides.
Okay, so Brad,
So that,
if you're completely underground,
right,
no, does not add to the calc. If you're partially in and partially out, there are rules. There are rules. Please check that, because if that is partially exposed, it may add 800 square feet. If So please check that.
You betcha. We went through a very comprehensive formal planning consultant in July, and we vetted all this out. We're in for land use permit right now with the.
Can we go back to the elevation that you presented?
Sure. Fourth sheet, please.
You know where we are in Buena Vista here?
Yeah,
We're all the way on the top,
exactly where it is.
right?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the,
Lower right-hand corner.
oh, that's the front, the other side.
That's probably for tip would be the second one up on the right, or the, is that correct, where you'd like to see the profile of the ground relative?
Maybe the southeast elevation is what I'm looking at.
Okay,
Because that one is facing the driveway with the southwest.
correct.
So the southeast is opposite. No, the northwest is facing the driveway. The southeast is facing the old driveway.
Not quite. Southwest is facing the old driveway entrance. Southeast is facing the new driveway entrance.
Northwest is facing the entrance, the right-hand corner.
The northwest elevation is facing the motor court of the existing residence.
Entrance.
Yeah.
So the opposite is the one that we are looking at the southeast. It's on the left.
Yes, that's the elevation that we provided a rendering of for you on the cover sheet.
I see. So yeah, now I see this is kind of completely in the hole.
Yeah.
I thought it was exposed on the southeast. Okay, then maybe it's.
And not only that, you've got 10 or 12 trucks of dirt. That if you need to bring that dirt in a little bit more, you can hide the darn.
We're going to try our best.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
And I have no comments except I'm concerned about the fire department. Form follows fire department, period. I
Mhm.
mean,
Well,
and so,
As the-
what, my turn.
you bet.
I was thinking that we could do this preliminary final on consent. But what may happen is that we kick it up to the full board. Because I have a feeling that the fire department's gonna look at that and go, oh, we have an opportunity to, and then who knows what they're gonna do to it, you know? So it's unfortunate you didn't go over and have a chat with them because otherwise it's very clear. So what do you guys want to do? You want to do this at the full board because there's a potential major revision here?
My take is that, number one, we have nothing to do with the ADU, so literally what we are proposing is the concrete pad
No, it's not because I have a
and the
feeling,
driveway.
yeah, and I have a feeling that driveway may
That's what I'm
change.
getting to. So up in front of us is literally the concrete pad of 800 square feet and the driveway, the new driveway. So if, there's no change to the driveway, then the board need to see it. But if there's a big change to the driveway, then they should come back to the full board.
Yeah, but
They will have to tell us.
I think you could go for preliminary final on consent, and if there was a big change,
then we can kick
pull
it
it back
up.
to the board. and
Yeah,
that would-
that's what I think we ought to do. Is that okay with everybody? And then you and I can figure out whether or not the full board needs to review it. Okay? Brad, hide that sucker,
Hide what?
the basement.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you back at consent and you may get kicked up to the full board. Go and talk to the fire department.
Next on my list. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Item number 4, 2500 East Valley Road. Yet another small building. Now, can we get the thing that came in today, please? That they sent over today? Maybe down all the way at the bottom. Yes, that's it. Okay, so Eva, can you start with this plan and tell us where we've been and where we're going today?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So it is a little hard to see, but there is a little bit darker black line that outlines the entirety of the property. It starts, is there a pointer, David, that I can maybe use? Oh, perfect. Okay.
Nope. Sorry, right there. Oh, no, 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 sorry.
Nope, farther to the left. There you go.
Yep, little tiny blue. We're up here. Yes, there's here, there, it's existing, we're replacing it here. And here, yeah. And those are part of this just because that's the same APN number as the, yep. Yep. So everything in orange is existing, including the majority of the structure we're going to speak about today. We are doing a small addition on either side of it to accommodate some bathrooms. The main house is in this, on this lot up here. These structures are the existing farm center. This is the equestrian area, and there are some old cottages there, and then we have 3 small buildings here. And then this is the location of the pool house that came to you at the end of last year. And that's pretty much the entirety of the site.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so with that, we're going to start with the landscaping on this one, as that's the bulk of the work, and then we'll move to lighting and then finally architecture.
Hi, I'm Mark Streeter with Nelson Birdwoltz Landscape Architects. And if you look to the right, that's where Eva was pointing out that this is the guest cottage. It's quite in the middle of the site, and it's on a little bit of a knoll. And you'll see all of the vegetation to the south of it is highly vegetated, and it's native vegetation primarily. If you go up to the left, you'll see an existing asphalt drive that's coming into the site, and this courtyard currently is asphalted, and there's a small retaining or a small wall around the courtyard. And the main residence is very low and low slung and sited into the site. You can't see it really as you come up. And then there's a small terrace on the back of it. If you go to the next, and up above is a restored orchard. It has been restored since that image. These are existing images of the guest cottage. You can see the asphalted courtyard. These are the views looking from the north and the 2 top. And then the driveway to the left is coming into it, and you'll see a large, actually in both of these in the lower images are existing oak trees that are going to be mitigated, but we're saving all of these, and I'll explain that in a little bit. If you go to the next page. More images of the east-west facades and the rear facade, the south with an enclosed porch, which Katie will be discussing more. If you go to the next. This is the landscape and site plan. So the main residence or the cottage is in the middle there, and then you'll see the courtyard is being restored into a pedestrian courtyard. So we won't have cars parking in front of the building and turning around. It's being reduced in size to help give breathing room to those trees to the right, and also just to create a nice environment. There's a stone dust path that connects all of the different areas from the sides to the rear to the front. And this all conforms to the existing grading. It sits on a knoll and it's almost that exact form. We've tried to keep the parking up to the left. You'll see there's 2 spots that will be the parking with a path that leads to the front. And then we're removing where you see that dashed blue tree. We're removing the drive that comes up to the courtyard there. This also shows all of the proposed and existing trees and the mitigated trees. If you go to the next slide, these show some various sections through that courtyard it will be planted with small trees and citrus in pots, and with a small water feature trough and stone benches. Go to the next. This is the rear terrace. The section on the north-south, the top one, is the farthest extent of the the terrace that will be extended from the facade. And it's just for a seating and gathering area. And then the one in the lower is an east-west section showing that extent. This has a small, only a 30-inch maximum drop, and then there's some small stairs that lead down to that path. Next, please. This is the overall materials plan, and just on this one, the drive that's going to be coming in will be chip seal, and then the parking stalls themselves will be exposed aggregate concrete that will match the color of the chip seal, but just so it's more durable than the chip seal. If you go to the next one, it's a blow up that we can talk more about the actual materials, which are, you'll see the running bond paving pattern that comes up to the front door. That will be in Cherokee stone. You can see the form of the courtyard is all stone dust and some plantings. There's a gravel band that goes around the building for maintenance. And then the rear, you'll see a Cherokee stone in an irregular ashlar pattern and a small low retaining wall around that area. And the retaining walls, or not retaining, or all the walls are going to have a brick facade, a veneer to match the existing of the house, and it'll be parged or lime washed. And next, please. These are images of the materials from the Cherokee to the exposed aggregate. There's also some images of the existing brick stairs and walls, which we'll be replicating. And then just the natural color palette of the materials. Go to the next. And this is the planting plan. It's showing all of the mitigated trees. If you go to the next one, we'll zoom in a little bit. We actually took this a lot farther than concept preliminary. Is this almost a full planting plan? But it's very minimal. It's hugging the edge of the site. And if you go to the next site or the next slide, you'll see all of the images in the full planting mix, which are primarily natives to blend with the slope and also drought tolerant. We go to the next slide. This is talking about the mitigation. So you'll see that it's actually quite a nice oak tree. We want to keep that. We're going to remove the paving beyond that white line so that it'll give it more aeration and water for the tree. And if you go to the next one, we'll see the other mitigation trees, which are growing out of this wall. We're going to hand remove the wall, hand demo the wall, pull the wall away from the trees to give them more space. But we do have to mitigate for those trees. There's one tree in there that was that you can see is a red one. This is the only tree that's being removed on the site. And it was overhanging the house. And when we had met with the fire department a long time ago, that was one that they had wanted us to remove. And you go to the next. And this is showing the full mitigation. So we have one tree that was removed, and we have 5 trees that the roots were impacted. So those are being mitigated. And so the result is 12 coast live oaks, 36-inch box. So that's a 2-to-1 ratio. And those oaks you can see with the white plus mark. And we'll go one more. And then these are the gates that Eva and you were discussing. These are not gates for the guest house. These are service gates, and they are existing gates. They're about 85 feet from East Valley Road, and you can see that there's a low stone wall that leads up partially to both of them. And we go to the next slide, and there's a hierarchy of gates, as you're familiar with our main gate. These are secondary. So this one at the cottage E will replicate the stone patterning of those walls in these columns, but keep it as a simpler gate with more agrarian nature. And then the one on the bottom is purely a service gate, and that has that more utilitarian look of a mesh panels. In the next. These are images of that wall that we're going to match for the columns, and then all be clear cedar and an example of a more utilitarian gate. Next, please. And that's the end for the landscape portion.
Okay, you don't want to take any questions on that before moving into the lighting?
No, let's get the full presentation.
Okay, great. I'm Teal Brogdon with HLB Lighting Design. I'm pleased to be here to present the lighting design. You will see that the luminaires that we're proposing are in keeping with what we've proposed for other developments on the property. And primarily, we're using low-level luminaires at pathways. And we have lanterns at key locations on the house. And we have a few lights placed in trees. So in this design approach, we are proposing similar light levels, less than 1 foot candle surrounding the home or the guest cottage. And the intent is to keep a soft, gentle wash of light on the ground plane. Next. Here you can see our calculation rendering of the approach of the illumination. So again, we have light from existing trees down into the pathways where we have those trees available, and light from the lanterns on the guest cottage, and then low-level path lights around the perimeter. Next. These are diagrams of the lights placed in the trees, and we are using the same 1-inch, very small luminaire that you saw placed in the mock-up at the gatehouse. Next.
All right, I'll continue with the architecture side. So if you can actually skip to the next. So in addition to the site improvements that both Mark and Teal walked you through, our goal is to respectfully integrate 2 small additions to the existing building originally designed for the state's caretaker within 1928 to 1931. You can see the existing building footprint on the left side of your screen with the proposed addition on the right. So if we go to the next sheet, and let's actually skip ahead one more. Before we get to the elevations, I'd like to point out a couple of areas in the existing plan that were modified after the original design. You take a look at the top right of the plan at the bath. This is the first modification that occurred sometime between 1933 and 38. The second alteration is located at the sunroom on the bottom right. Although there's no documentation, the rear covered porch was infill likely in the late 1930s, 40s. So let's now take a look at the proposed work. 2 bathroom additions, adding 144 square feet to the existing 1,170 square foot building, are proposed on the west and east ends of the cottage. The east end replaces the earlier 34 square foot bathroom that does not match the quality of the existing, and the west bathroom addition uses the existing window opening to create a new interior wall opening. So we can go to the next. This is just the roof plan showing the new additions. If you go to the next sheet. To complement the original design, here are a few images of the existing cottage and the main residence that inspired us in both form and massing. Starting at the top left, the roof tile in our proposed design is repeated with brick gable vent detail. Wood lintels, adobe brick facade, and chimney design are incorporated but differentiated to be subservient to the original design. New wood windows at the primary facade bath elevation are inspired by rondelle glass found at the main residence, which you can find at your top right. And lastly, the middle image shows the use of plaster and painted wood windows at the porch infill. You'll see in a moment how we've integrated these details. So if you go to the next. The existing elevation is at the top with our proposed at the bottom. This is the north elevation. Although you can't see this view, this is the main entry that faces back up towards the main residence. With the proposed additions flanking either side, the primary facade remains unimpaired. Both additions are stepped back and are reduced in height to respect and differentiate from the original design. New painted wood lintels support the rondelle glass at either end. You go to the next sheet. These are the west and east elevations, starting at the existing west elevation on the top left. The window called out on the right side of the elevation was added during the porch infill. We are proposing to replace this non-contributing window with new French doors, as you can see in the elevation directly below that. Also on this elevation, you'll notice the new double gable facade addition with details and materials referential to the existing, using brick, plaster, and wood posts. So let's move to the right top elevation. This shows the non-original bath that we are replacing with a new gable roof addition, which you can see at the elevation below. Although the addition is slightly larger in plan, its reduced height provides less impact on the original design. So if you go to the next page. This is the south elevation, which faces East Valley Road from more than 1,600 feet away. The top view shows the other side of the previous bath addition that you just saw. If you look at the elevation below, this will be replaced with a new addition. The primary mass will remain intact with exception of a new chimney to match the existing. The addition on the left at window 1D references the earlier porch infill found on the right side of that same elevation. And then to wrap up our presentation, if you go to the next sheet. This is our material board. You may have more questions on this, but to summarize, the proposed design is both subservient in scale and massing, and the materials and details stay within the vernacular of the existing structure while also differentiating per the Secretary of Interior standards. We hope you can support our proposal and let us know if you have any questions.
Questions, Dave?
Are there any historical resources for the existing building or the landscape that you're required to preserve, or?
The structure is historic. It is one of the original structures on the property. We did have Post Hazeltine look at the additions and work closely with the architects, and no impact from the
I
proposal.
support the building and the landscape you're proposing.
Correct.
How much grading is involved?
Sorry, I should know that, but I didn't have that at the top of my head. It's very minimal. 500 cubic feet yards,
Again?
500 cubic yards of cut and 50 cubic yards of fill.
100 cubic yards. Can you show us where that is?
Sure. If you go back to one of the landscape plans, I think it's mostly just related to the removal of the the existing driveways and some of the manipulation of the rear with the terraces.
Where is that going on the 500 cubic yards of cut? Where is that going to?
Let me go to the civils.
While he looks for that, I'll just let you know, the intent for all of this is all the dirt will stay on site. We have several hundred acres to kind of play with it.
So there's, let me get this. The grading disturbance is from here down through here and up through here. This has some grading that's going to be changed in here, but we're respecting that tree. And then there is a drainage swale that's catching water that's coming down from this slope, and it's directing it to an existing catch basin here. So there is some grading there that's not shown here, but that's needed to keep the water from coming into the site.
And you're preserving the trees with the exception of one tree? Is that
correct? Yeah.
And how tall are the entry gates?
Oh, the entry gates are 8, I believe they're 8 feet, or maybe a little bit smaller with with the column.
And the question he really wants to ask is, are they at the 50-foot setback or farther inboard from that?
They're farther inboard, they're about 85.
And then, what height are the tree lights mounted?
We've designed them at the 12-foot mounting height.
My questions, thanks.
Robert,
No questions.
Chip,
No questions.
Rob,
Is the paving, at the security entrance and then the main entrance, so that's all being changed out? Is that all, like right now it's asphalt or?
Right now it's asphalt, but it will be chip seal at the main entrance.
Okay, and then I don't remember who I met at the site, but where I parked, was that the guest cottage? Like when I,
Where you parked, I believe it was that's the gatehouse down at the.
I
at the
kind of
entry.
went inside a little bit more
Oh.
and then.
Farm center. You were at the farm center. That
Oh,
was
okay.
where they have the workshops and.
So I'm trying to get oriented as to
Okay.
where the guest cottage and where you're showing.
Okay.
Did you go up to the main house?
Yes.
So you would have passed this on the right, on the way up. You can't really see it on the
Yeah.
way up because of the landscaping, but on the way down, you might have caught a glimpse of it.
So is what you folks are doing, is that are you doing a restoration or is that kind of a new kind of interpretation of, that's a whole new landscape, hardscape that you're doing there where you're removing all that paving? And was that part of a historical component in improvements, or is that something that's just?
Well, the asphalt was, it was used as a parking lot, and I don't believe that was original. The walls are kind of falling apart, so we're going to be rebuilding them, but we're respecting those Adobe dimensions and.
So within the spirit of the historical context, you're doing a new design, basically, is what you're, that's not part of a historical requirement or.
No.
So then one other question is, the one project you referenced, and you were showing materials, and there was brick and there was Cherokee, and it seemed like there was a lot of different materials.
We can go back there. Yeah. So the stone, again, is just at that entry walk and the rear terrace. We wanted to differentiate from the existing tile since it's a new addition. And then really everything else is stone dust, and then the chip seal. And then like that parking area, we have that as an exposed concrete because of the turning of the car tires and that wearing it out for the.
I guess what I was reacting to, I was just trying to see, was there a point where there was there's brick and then there was Cherokee paving, and I was just wondering whether I kind of consider one or the other an accent paving, so you were using both?
We're not using any, brick is only for the walls. There's no brick paving on this project.
Okay.
So it's just the walls, and we're recreating that.
All right, thank you.
and I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 4, 2500 East Valley Road, please?
No requests for this one.
Okay, comments. We are on for concept today. And where should we go next? Dave, please.
I think you answered all my questions. My main concern would be the grading. If you could provide some site sections showing where you're doing that grading and also where you're going to place the excess cut. Other than that, I don't think this project's visible from the community. It's real well screened. You're preserving the trees. You're preserving the historical resources. So again, my only concern at this point would be the grading and having more detailed information on that.
And where should they go next, please, Dave?
I think it could come back for preliminary final on consent if the grading's resolved.
Okay. Robert, please, comments?
I believe the site plan is beautiful. I like the circular path and the new parking arrangement and eliminating that asphalt, existing condition. I think the 500 yards, given these improvements, is well worth it, and especially since it's kept on site. I support it and think it should come back for prelim final on consent.
Tip, please. Thank you, Robert. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this project definitely acceptable in terms of my comments. I just have a question for the applicants. Are you going to come back with more projects on this parcel?
This is the last of the, at least for the foreseeable future. This is the last piece that they're redoing.
Yeah, because the way I see, this is one parcel, 35 acres. And ideally, we prefer to see, everything together, instead of just piecemeal it. So I think, yeah, if, this is about it, that's fine. It's just like we don't want to see the Miramar Hotel in 20 hearings if they want to approve one building at a time. It's the same concept. So I think this is a question for the planner too, that you need to talk to your planner and you have a big master plan and just bring it in and show us all to us at one meeting. Thank you.
Rob, comments, please?
I mean, there's a lot to digest here, and so what would along those lines, what would help me is kind of seeing these pieces in context with the overall site plan, master plan. So it's kind of comments, or maybe it's in conjunction with the entry gates. Can we look at the entry gates again? I'm trying to understand what was going on with those, and where those are.
Sure.
So there was fencing or gate.
Do you want to go back to the second page, and that will be the give you a site understanding. One more. Oh yeah, here we are. Okay, so this is the guest, or this is the gatehouse.
Right.
And then over, if you continue on, there's two existing gates, and they're both service gates as they are now. These will not be used by guests. They won't be used by visitors. They'll just be used by staff. And if you go forward, I don't know what page it is, but it was the one that was a CAD plan. Keep going, quite. It's almost, yeah, keep going. So, yep, keep going. There we go. One more up if you don't mind.
So these gates is this the main gates, or is this?
No, these are secondary gates. If you go up one page.
Do you have the main gates? Is that?
That was reviewed in the gatehouse that was already approved.
Okay.
So these are.
I'm saying there's a lot to digest.
Right. No, I know. And these are simpler gates than that, that arrangement.
All right. I mean, they read as secondary, and so I have where you're going with it. I think I have no problem with it whatsoever. And then I do like what you did was the guest cottage. I really like everything you've done on that. So
Thank you.
all the pieces are really nice. I'm just trying to get a handle on it all put together. So thank you.
And where should it go next, please? Full board or consent? Rob?
I guess I changed my mind. I'd say it's full board. There's a lot to look at here, and trying to keep it all sized up and evaluated. I think the whole board should.
Yeah, Rob and I are the ones that do consent, and everyone else wanted to put it on us, but we're not going to put up with that. So, the house is great. I think the landscaping is great, but 500 cubic yards seems like a lot of dirt in this relatively small area. And so that's why I want to see it at the full board. If it weren't anywhere near that, I'd be okay with it on consent, but I just don't understand what you guys are doing that's going to create that much dirt. And leaving all the trees and leaving the finished floor of the house. I mean, it sounds inconsistent. So I want to see what's, I want to see it at the full board because I think that there may be some devils in the details that you guys haven't fully vetted out yet.
So if you have them handy, we did submit civil plans for this, and Mark can kind of walk you through the areas where the majority of that cut is happening, if you want to do that right now.
Can we do that?
We haven't seen them.
They should be.
It should
yeah,
be,
They should be up there.
Civil
Number
units,
10.
Number 10.
Yep.
if you go to C25 of that. There we go. So you can see here is what I was saying, that the entire slope of the hill comes down towards here. So we've worked with Stantec Civil Engineering, which did all the different calculations. We've had some water intrusion problems here. So this is the swale that I think you can see is fairly gentle, but it's still significant in terms of the area. This is the outline of some of the graded area. There's a little bit of grading here. And then you can see here where we're taking out that drive, that there's a fair amount of grading here. So this really shows you all of the limits of the grading. And like you were saying, there's not much that's happening within this area.
So it's more in the orchard.
It's more the orchard and trying to redirect the stormwater.
Yeah, so it's an interceptor swale, and then you're gonna kind of make that look more
Yeah,
natural and
Yeah.
appropriate to the property. Okay.
Robert, you okay? Consent? Dave, consent? Yeah, okay, so let's put this on consent.
Thank you.
Now that I've seen that, I didn't realize what it was. It's not at the project, it's, okay. So there is no vote today. Thank you. Happy New Year, and we'll see you on consent.
Thank you.
We are going to be taking a 5-minute break after this next item number 5, 3116 Eucalyptus Road. I do know that we have a public comment for this, and there's a memo. So can we read the memo?
Taking the break now, or are we?
No, after this item. I have it written down that there was a memo. I don't see it up there. Natalie, you've never looked so good. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay, Tom, please.
Good afternoon, Tom Oxner, project architect. Well, we have, should I go ahead and proceed in the presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So what we've got here is a 1-acre parcel. It is, there's an existing residence. It is hillside ridgeline condition, urban, 25-foot height. That's why it's here. It is 2 small additions to the structure. They don't increase the height and they don't increase the footprint. There are 2 decks that will be enclosed. We're proposing to enclose them. The FAR is 103. Once these are enclosed, the remaining of the project is interior remodel. We could look at maybe some photos here. I don't recognize those photos. So what we've got, recently there was an ADU and a pool put on the site. The existing, we can see this at the end. I think what I'd like to do is come to those shots at the end. So if we move from the cover sheet here to the next page, we can skip this. There's the site plan. So let's do this. You see how it kind of runs north, west, southeast. The entrance to the house, we're going to call it the north on the upper right hand of the page, and we're going to call south the lower left hand. So the existing residence is at the north, and you can see the 2 gray areas. Those are the decks that we're proposing to enclose. And then the property slopes down to the south, which is actually the southeast, but we're calling it the south. And there's it slopes down pretty well. The bottom left photo, you can see an aerial shot looking back where the house itself is pretty well screened and it's tucked in. The larger house to the left in that photo is the neighbor that we're calling to the west. And then the photos as they move up, you get a feel for the topography of the site. The very top photo is the entry from the north. And the second photo down are the 3-car garages at the lower level of the house. They're partially subterranean. This is an understory situation with the main level being at existing grade to the north. And then there's photo 4 shows the south side of the house where the understory daylights to the south. And we are proposing a small deck right facing south. So I think we can go to the next slide. This is just the existing site prior to the ADU and pool. So we can come back if there's any slope issues. Next slide. This is the understory plan, the 3-car garage to the right. Keep that in mind. That is facing east and to the driveway. Next slide. This shows the existing plan and the existing roof. So we're looking to, on the lower right-hand portion of the floor plan, there's the deck. That deck's partially enclosed. We like to reconfigure the roof over it and turn it into a family room and extend it slightly south. And then there is a little atrium space that we are proposing to enclose kind of in the middle lower left of the floor plan, and that will become more prevalent as we move to the proposed plan. Next slide. So this is the proposed plan. The lower right-hand portion of the plan shows the new family room. The house struggled because it had a formal living room right when you come in from the north entry door and a dining area, and it really lacked some living space. So the family room we're proposing there will kind of create a big open area with still a little bit of subtle separation from the formal living room to the north between it. And the ceilings are really the driver here. And the roof, it was a tricky one. We studied it quite a bit to come up with something that we think works well. There's a lot of open beams. It's got a very great character to the house. So I've got some slides that show how the roof line works with the existing interior trusses and so forth. But if you look at the kitchen, there's a breakfast nook right above the kitchen. That area is an existing open atrium. That was the result of an earlier addition a few decades ago. And so that we're turning that into more of a expansion of the kitchen area. And then there's just a master bathroom remodel and some of the interior work that doesn't interest you as much. Next slide. This is the proposed ceiling plan. So the family room, we're proposing a gable running north-south.
Tom, our purview is really the exterior of the building.
Okay, very good. Let's then move to the next slide. There's the proposed roof. So that roof line maintains the 2 little gables that face south, which is kind of the character of the house. And then that larger gable is not extend higher than the existing gable, and it covers the proposed family room. And the other area of change is the enclosure of the little atrium. Next slide. And these are just sections showing the family room addition. Next slide. These are the existing elevations. The upper elevation is the south side. You can see to the right of that, there is the covered patio. That's where we are proposing the gable, which will be facing south. Next slide. And the lower elevation those are the 3 garages below. And you can see above the garages, there's that somewhat awkwardly placed deck that has a partial cover over it, and then a gable exposed truss bracket situation. And that's the area we're primarily looking to enclose. Next slide. And this is from the south, the upper elevation. You can see how the gable would work with the existing gables on that elevation, and then the large window facing south. The next slide. And the lower elevation shows the enclosed deck area, and we're proposing to maintain the same location of the deck, which was cantilevering out beyond those 3 garage doors and enclose it and complete that truss to cover it. It's important to get a little more room in that family room, so we chose to try to maintain that existing face, but it doesn't extend any further beyond the existing deck. Next slide. And then these just show how the roofs come together. Next slide. Next slide.
I think we're done.
We have some exterior visuals that might clarify any questions. I think that might come up. So that's what the bottom image shows, the existing condition, and then the upper shows the proposed, and then the next image will show it from the entrance to the driveway. Okay, that's coming down the driveway. That's the proposed. And then the next slide below that, if you go up, will be, I think there was another one, but anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Tom. Questions, Robert, please.
Can you orient me? Do you have a Google aerial or something?
Yes, if we go to the first sheet, and we zoom in on the lower right-hand corner of that sheet, you kind of, if you zoom in down low to the right, that might help.
Is it like at APS in Eucalyptus or?
Well, it's tucked between 2 roads. So you can see Cottage Road is on the northwest, and then the lower portion of it fronts on El Rancho Road down to the southwest there.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was in the wrong neighborhood.
Any other questions?
Okay, no more questions.
Chip, questions, please. I'm just going down for this.
No, no questions.
Rob, please.
Is there a landscape plan? And you've got you said is there a new pool?
We're not expanding the footprint of the house. Yeah, it's just closing the decks. There's an elaborate landscape plan that was previously done for the pool and the ADU.
Oh, so that's all.
I'm not altering that.
That's all in, or it's all.
It's being installed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dave, questions?
Just curious, the new window you're putting in doesn't have any divided lights, whereas it looks like the rest of the house does. Just curious how you just.
Is that right? It's a good comment.
Go to the elevation, David.
I think it does. They're just subtle. It's hard to see them. Next slide. Next slide. And yeah, the upper elevation, if we zoom in, that should have divided lights.
Okay, I didn't see him there. Okay,
Yeah.
that's my question. Thanks.
David, can we go down to the renderings, please? Next one down below that. Right there. Tom, over that garage, the farther garage, you have a pop out that seems out of character to me. Am I right, or?
No, you're right. And that's why I wanted to show this. Currently, the existing deck projects out and it's even more awkward. And so this resolves it a bit and still maintains the truss over the top. The reason we're doing that is the space inside. This was kind of a response to the interior use and converting that deck. And we really could use that foot. And if we look at the existing condition relative to that, I think we're not headed in the same direction. Is there an image below this that shows the existing condition? If you scroll down, I thought there was. Maybe not. So that other existing image shows the existing deck over that. So that's how the current deck is configured right now.
So let me ask a next logical question. Do you believe you could reconsider that so that, since obviously people are going to see that kind of as the primary element to the building, so that it feels like it's a single building and doesn't feel like a remodel? Because it feels to me like it's a remodel now.
Yeah, it's carrying over the same disadvantage it had from the prior remodel, but I can work on that, yes.
Thank you. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 5, 3116 eucalyptus? We did have somebody that wanted to comment earlier.
Yes. Can you
Ms.
hear me?
Ferguson?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Carolyn Ferguson, and I live at 725 El Rancho Road. And I have no opposition to the remodel or anytime people are improving their home. I mean, that's the basis of my business is design and all, and I'm all for it. The only thing I want to place as a concern is if you go back to, if you can see the lot, the one with the lot that goes down to El Rancho Road on the southeast that he was talking about, and see how the project goes. It has a eucalyptus address. It's on Knapp Drive, and it goes all the way down to where you see the lower left corner, El Rancho, right there at the very base.
Okay.
Okay, where it says El Rancho. Well, across that narrow road is my property. And what has happened when the whole landscaping and ADU and the pool is the large trucks cannot make, all the construction comes up El Rancho Road because they could not go down their driveway because it's too steep. So I have all the construction trucks that come around that and try to maneuver and access that tiny access area up to where the proposed remodels are and what's going on now and what's going on in the future. And Kerry, the owner, I have talked to him about it, and I'm sure he will be good on it. But when the trucks try to maneuver around that, they destroy my whole front landscaping of my area at 725. And my sprinkler is out, my plants are destroyed. My rock was hit that I have my address. I paid a couple grand to have it carved. And so I have some concerns on when would I be compensated to have my yard fixed and put back from the work that has been done and the work in the future.
Okay, so Tom, could you get a hold of this neighbor?
Yes, I can bring that concern up, though that the ADU and the pool are under a separate permit. So I can address these concerns with the owner and see what we can do. I have the address and name.
Is there, yeah, I mean, I'm friendly with Carrie too, but is there anything that can be done prior to the acceptance of this new, that I don't have to make this a neighbor issue if it just gets prolonged and prolonged? Because I have asked several times to please replace.
Ma'am, this is really an issue not that's relevant to this board, but the planner, if you wish to have the county address this, it is an issue that the planner can do. Do you have the agenda with you now by any chance?
The agenda? No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but I was wondering if there was any kind of like in the process of this new
there's nothing that this board can do. What I'm trying to do is to get you to the person that could potentially help you. Her name is Kathleen Volpe.
Yes,
And if
she is well aware of this. And nothing has happened.
Please communicate with her about this, and then also Tom. But it's not, I'm not saying it's insignificant or something that shouldn't be addressed. It's just, it's not really with this board.
Okay. I just didn't know if it was going to continue with this new approval.
I don't know.
And how is that addressed if it continues? I mean, we just had this road redone and now it's a mess. And I am patient to have it done once I know it'll be beautiful once it's all done, but I've lived with it now for over a year, and I would like it to be cordial, and I'd like for it to be, addressed.
The person that can help you is Kathleen. Please contact her.
Okay, I will once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, anybody else like to address the board on item number 5, 3116 Eucalyptus Road, please?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, yes, my name is Neil Verma, and I am the neighbor next to Carrie at 726 El Rancho Road.
Okay.
And I have a couple of concerns. A couple are similar to Caroline. We've had the working ongoing for a year. I guess I'll get in touch with Catherine as
Kathleen.
well. Kathleen, okay. As well, because we're having a lot of similar issues. Our landscaping lights were all ripped out along our driveway. And then also our bushes were all taken out, and then the rocks in our driveway, because we have a kind of a cobblestone driveway, were removed in many places. And so we're hoping as well that he's going to fix all of these things at the end. And I also agree with Caroline, who's our neighbor at the across the street at 725. Our road is getting damaged by all the trucks that have been coming in and out, and it is a new road that we just paid for ourselves. And so we definitely hope that that can all be resolved. That's the first point. The second point is his lot is on a slope. I would say like it's almost like a 45-degree slope from bottom to top. And I'm not understanding the landscaping, because it's basically, it's like a, kind of a hill, and he's put a ton of rocks and boulders from the bottom to the top that look like they can kind of fall and cause an issue in the future. And I'm not sure how the landscaping was approved, because even in the last set of rains, we had a lot of dirt and rocks coming down the slope to the bottom of the driveway and spilling out into the road. So I just wanted to see if somebody could just please go to that lot again and take a look, because it doesn't look safe to me.
Thank you.
And then, oh, I have some other points as well. But did you have any questions about that one before I move to the next one?
No, you are supposed to be restrained to 3 minutes. I think you're probably over. So if you could be brief in your further comments, please.
Okay, sure. Then the next comment is just on the new ADU that's being built.
We are not permitted by state law to address anything to do with ADUs. Next, please. That's a state law. We can't do it. Next, please.
Okay, and then the next question I had is I wanted clarification on the new garage kind of facade or that area that's being built, because that's facing our lot, and I wanted to get some more details on that.
And specifically, what are you looking for, please?
I was trying to understand exactly how what exactly is getting remodeled on that side, the garage side, on the exterior.
Yes, excuse me. I represent the applicant here, and so there's an existing deck on that side above the garages, and that deck we're proposing to enclose it. And it's proposed to be enclosed in the way that these drawings illustrate. So we're looking to create a gable roof over that space. So it won't protrude any further than than the deck currently is doing right now to your side of the property.
Okay, and is that the picture that I saw? It's I know what you're talking about, because right now I've seen that deck, and the picture that you have in your illustration, it looks, I guess, very odd, because it's not right now how it. I don't know if you have a picture of what it is right now, but it's quite a bit different. With it's kind of like a balcony, and I understand. I guess you're trying to enclose that balcony, but how it looks now is I don't know, it looks very odd. I guess this picture, it's not aesthetically pleasing. I'm not sure if you guys have gone through any other options.
Okay, so Neil, are those your comments, please?
Those are my main comments right now.
Very good, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board, please?
No additional speakers.
Okay, I'd like to close public comment. So, item number 5, let's go. Comments. Robert, please.
Uh, looking at this rendering, our chair had some questions, and I would like to more or less turn them into comments. I think this is very awkward. The asymmetry, the truss with the three king posts or whatever. It just seems awkward, especially given there was only one curving bracket on one side. I I know you can do a better job architecturally. I think we're not there yet. And the symmetry is off again. It just strikes me as not resolved yet on this elevation that we're looking at. That's it for me.
Chip, comments?
I have no further comment to add to what Robert just said.
Rob, please.
You have a great hand, Tom, at hand drawing, and it feels top heavy to me, and I don't know whether if you're going to restudy or redo a few things, whether there's and it's kind of an architectural thing, but you have a great hand with hand drawing and a few things. Maybe there's a few things you can do to kind of take some of that top heaviness away. It feels like it needs some grounding and some base to it or something. So it's a landscape architect trying to, address architectural issues, but it's in your arena. I know you can do it very well.
Dave, please, comments.
Yeah, I have the same reaction and don't have a lot to add. Just if there's a way to study this and resolve that transition better, it would be better for the project.
Everybody's addressed my comments, so I would like to suggest that you come back for preliminary final at the full board, or something like that. Is that okay? So, Tom, I think it's really focused on this one area, so the rest of the project, it looks like you pulled together, but this one hasn't quite found its final solution yet. Okay,
Very good, thank you.
full board. Okay, we're going to take 5 to 7 minutes to stretch our legs, and we'll get back and we'll be here for item number 6. Okay, I'd like to call item number 6, 3900 Miramonte Avenue. We had a site visit this morning. Architectural style is appropriate. Site visit with story poles required. Coordinate with planner to determine if trash area and pool equipment can be placed in setbacks. The order of the meeting is he will present, we will ask questions. You can then make your comments, then we will comment. Okay, so we'll make sure you have your say. So, Robert, we missed you today, so you just press the little button that's okay.
Yes, let's start with, I apologize for not being at the site meeting today. It was unfortunate that I was not there.
It is what it is, so let's just try to move on.
So the plans have not changed at all since the last time you saw them. I think you wanted to see the two more elevations, the other two sides. Those are in the set now. And I mean, to make it quick, I mean, I can just answer any questions you have after seeing the story polls. The presentation's the same as you saw the last time.
You guys mind if I kind of take a little lead here? Is that okay? What I heard today was the master bedroom addition seemed awfully big, awfully close, and awfully long. Is there a way to bring it down, shorten it? I don't know about pushing it off the setback, something like that.
Okay, so can you go to the next page?
I did not hear any concerns about the two-story portion, interestingly enough.
So
What? You did? Okay, so Dave's gonna bring that up.
okay. So the master bedroom has a 9-foot plate. As far as square footage it's not that large. I believe it's only like a 15 by 15 room with a bathroom and a closet, and the closet is under the 2-story section. As far as the 2nd-story height, the plate heights are 8 feet and 8 feet. I'm not sure I can make them any lower.
And the roof pitch?
I'll be interested in hearing Dave's.
Roof pitch?
The roof pitch is 8 and 12. I guess we can take that down, but it's common with this style of architecture.
So shall we ask questions then? Is everybody okay with asking questions? Dave, let's get started with you.
Yeah, I think I was concerned about how that 2nd story relates to the neighbor and also especially to the oak tree. It seemed like potentially a portion of the oak tree was going to have to be trimmed or removed. And so I wanted to ask you if you considered reducing the roof pitch at all. I think that's adding to the impacts, visual impacts, and also potentially to the tree.
Yes, we could lower the pitch. Maybe we could go as 6 and 12 and still have the house looking good. I mean, the plate height is pretty low as it is. I don't think I can do anything there. Would that be enough?
Well,
I'm in questions.
Oh, that's questions. I'm sorry.
okay, so is that your question? Okay, very good. Tip, questions, please?
Site plan, please. Zoom into, the left. So the master bath is completely within the rear yard setback of 25 feet.
The master bathroom will, yes. It will go into the setback 10 feet, which is allowed by the zoning ordinance.
It's so you have 10 feet clear from the back of the bathroom to
15 feet.
15, so you're encroaching 10 feet.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the FAR?
We're at, I think, 92.
I see. All right.
And also what, up in the upper right-hand corner, sorry. There's a garage there now that we're taking out.
Oh, is there a garage right now?
There's a garage in that corner, in the upper right-hand corner, right on the property line that we're
Oh.
removing.
Oh, I see. That's right. But the garage on the property line. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Robert, questions, please.
No questions.
And Rob, questions?
Real quickly, we're trying to understand the pool equipment and then that patio to the looking at the plan to the right-hand side of the pool. What was there some posts?
There's some, there's a landscape plan.
Yeah, so the landscape plan shows some posts. So was that like a
Yeah, at
single
one point, we
header
were
or-
thinking about doing a trellis. At this point, it's just a patio.
Okay, so there's no proposed structure that's in the setback or anything like that, or is it gonna be a single header or something like that?
No.
Posts and single- Okay.
It's just a patio.
And then the pool equipment, have you folks like, dealt with the sound, decibel study stuff?
The location is fine with the planner, but we have to provide a sound study. And we're in the middle of that right now.
Okay, good, thank you.
The master bath and master bedroom, are those flat roof ceilings? Are those flat ceilings?
The master bath is,
And the master bedroom,
that's gonna have probably a tray ceiling.
up and over and then
Yeah.
back down, yeah. Have you been on your neighbors to the south? Their property and looking back at this project?
I have not.
Would you be willing to do that?
Sure.
Okay, great. So, those are all of my questions. Now, public comment. Please, you can speak either up at the podium or sit down. There's a little bar that's probably there you go, that's it.
I've been listening.
And 3 minutes, please.
Okay, I'm Chris Denson. I am the property to the north, which would be above the patio and the, wait a second, I take that back. It'll be on the left-hand side. You guys got this thing turned around.
Yeah.
So I'm on the mountain side.
Right.
So the couple of concerns I really had was the pool equipment, because our bedroom is right over here, plus we have one of our patios. And, you know, during the summertime when it does get hot, we don't have air conditioning, all that, but I don't want to listen to a pool pump running constantly. And the other issue that we got from, I think, the landscape plan was, you plan on putting in a wooden fence? Is what Brian had told me, that he wants to tear out the hedge. The hedge is on his side of our property. He wants to put a wooden fence in and then put up shrubs of some site, but all of my property is completely hedged in and I don't want to look at a wooden fence. I said something, is it possible to put a chain link fence in and let it grow through so that it's green, or else put the shrubs first and then you can look at the fence on your side? If you look at the neighborhood, everybody's pretty much got chain link fence. Brian's got the house he lives in and the other house that he built in the neighborhood. They're all chain link fence with plants that have grown through and everything. And so I was just, you know, as a neighbor thing, why do we have to have a wood fence, especially if in 10 years I have to replace it and pay for half of it when I don't even want it?
Okay, very good. Is
So,
that it?
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Next, please. Please identify yourself. Just go ahead and speak. It's on.
I'm Prina Loudermilk and I am on the ocean side. And I appreciate the fact that you're considering having it brought down because it seems awfully high. You were considering that. I appreciate that because I am on the south side and I'll be looking at a stark wall. And it's going to take away a lot of the mountain view that I have. I'm sorry that its setback isn't going to be the 25 feet, but I can understand why. I'm glad that it's lower there, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. Watson, about that's the part that's going to be right next to our house, the bathroom and the views. So those are my main concerns. And thank you for coming out and taking a look.
You're welcome. Thank you. And lastly,
Hi, my name's Michael Lee and
Michael, just before you get started, please fill out a speaker slip so that we get your names spelled correctly and your addresses and give them to David here. Go ahead.
so I live on the pool side of the house, or my property goes from Santa Rosa all the way to the back corner of this. So I had a couple of I asked a couple of questions when we did our site meeting. There's three, if you can go to the landscape plan. I think it's one of the last ones. That one. Oh. Yeah, there's three trees that are kind of where there's a patio between the pool and the property line in the rear. The pool is encroaching into the property line. You can see that dotted line, which puts it closer than the 25 feet to my property. That kind of halo black line that's on the right is my garage, which I've lived in the same house for 46 years. And when we built that garage kind of as a barn looking garage, we went around to all the neighbors to make sure that we didn't have windows or light going into a neighboring property. Those three trees, I'm pretty sure the intention is to kind of block that roof, but depending on what those trees are, if you look at the circle, they're encroaching over the line. And if there's three there, I can understand that you want to block some of the roof, but on the north side of that is my driveway, which that's where I get a lot of light that comes in past the garage to the rear of my house. So my question is, what are those trees? How tall are they going to be? And could there just be two rather than three so that we don't end up encroaching to the north? Pardon? Oh. Well, my question was on the trellis, that rear patio, it looked like it was a trellis, or it had posts. So if that's just a patio, that's better. The pool equipment would be a concern because I do adjoin that opening to the rear part of my house, where the pool equipment is located. One question that I had, I did not see any dimensions when I was looking at the planning. I got a copy of the plans, and there's a lot of dimensions that are either illegible or they don't exist on the planning sheets. And I don't know if they're different on this sheet, if you get a different set of plans. Like it doesn't show the roof line height. It only shows if you have to really look for it to get the pitch. If it's 8 and 12, is that what it is? If we could bring the pitch down on both of the sections of the single story and the 2-story sections, I think that would open up all of our skyline for all of the neighbors. I think that would be significant.
Can you wrap it up, Mike?
Yeah, my last part was on the fencing. I didn't know whether it was designated that on my property line, which is the far back one, the hedges that exist are on my property. And if that's going to become a wood fence with another row of hedges on that, or what that designates. That's it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Robert, did you want to address anything very specifically, or should we go ahead to comments, please? Okay. So comments, we're on for concept today. Comments, Dave, please.
Yeah, I think I already mentioned my concern was just the impacts to that oak tree and to the neighbors of the roof pitch. So if you can lower the roof pitch, I acknowledge the plate heights are reasonable. And also on the perimeter screening, there appears to be a gap where maybe those are garbage cans on the south side and then where those trees are on the east side. As we move forward, I just want to make sure that the screening is continuous of your property to the neighbors.
Okay.
I think the architecture's nice. So it's really those two issues that I have otherwise. Also, is there a wall proposed around the pool equipment in that pool area?
Yes.
And how high is that wall?
Oh, that would be 6 feet tall.
So
It'd be a solid block wall.
that's great because that helps address the sound for the pool. So that's definitely a benefit to you and the neighbors. Okay, those are my comments.
Tip, comments, please.
Yeah, I think this is a modest new project. Stay within the FAR. I think the second floor is appropriately sited. And I like the idea that the master bedroom and the master bath going down to 1 story. Just one thing I think for the board, I think that next time, I find that the story pole's a little bit incomplete. That probably because we asked them to do that
That's all
way.
we asked them for.
So maybe, on the project like this, next time we should really put the 4 corners plus the ridge, because that's really will give you a better perspective on what the renovation will look like instead of just a ridge. So a little difficult to understand it. But beside that, if the pitch could be a little lower, I think that would help. I personally, I'm the fan of a solid fencing and not a chain link fence. I think that's better to, especially on the tight lot like these, you have a separation between the lot. So I don't have a problem with the wooden fence. The trees probably might be too many, depending on what kind of trees are those. We could be small, we could be big. So, Robert, what are those 3 trees?
I don't know off the top of my head. You got to zoom in and take a look at.
Oh, just a placeholder now?
No, they're called out on the plan. I just don't know what they are unless you zoom in and I can read the legend.
But those are
They're
proposed.
camphor trees.
Oh, do they get pretty big?
Yeah, it's not, there's other trees that would solve the problem. They get huge. They get huge. So I mean, I would just say if you went to a more vertical evergreen, you could have the 3. It's a nice balance. It's a nice number. I don't like 2. I like the odd number. But I think just getting a more vertical, upright evergreen tree would be very effective. I think the camphors will get way too big.
Yeah, so that probably, I think definitely a good comment. And the pool equipment. Right now, it's within the rear setback, am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
So that probably, if you can move them out, that would be probably better for everyone. But other than that, I think it's definitely, and you provide all the required parking, 2 for the garage and 1 offset. So I think it's a nice project. Thank you.
Robert, comments?
It's a very constrained lot size-wise, so I think you've done a good job. I'm curious, this is more a planning question. Why, if the backyard is tight and we're encroaching in setbacks, would it have been possible to have the house as far forward as the existing house?
There is nothing in the ordinance that would allow us to build in the front yard setback. Maybe get a variance. I don't know if there's a planner listening right now, but
There's
I don't
also
think
a
you
tree
can.
there you're gonna run into.
Oh, there's an oak. Well, I think short of something like that, you're just dealing with, I mean, it's unfortunate that projects this small are going to have things in the rear setback, and you can mitigate by maybe bringing down the roof slope from 8 to, I wouldn't go less than 6. Or else the style gets lost. I think it's a nice project, so I think we can move it forward if you make an effort maybe to reduce the height a bit.
Is that it? Rob, please, comments?
Sure. Is the pool equipment in the setback?
Yes,
It's, so I don't think I don't think
Yes.
they allow that.
you can be in the
Pool-
rear
The
yard
pool can
setback.
be in the setback, but the pool equipment can't be in the setback.
The pool equipment can,
Okay.
as long as you do the
That's not my
sound study,
understanding, but that's okay.
As long as you,
do the sound study.
Okay. All right. So and then I guess the neighbor's garage, that doesn't look, that had no setback when that was built? That looks awfully close, doesn't it? The neighbor's garage, is it that black line on the neighbors to the east, is it? Where the 3 trees are? So was that not honoring a setback, or why is that so close, I guess?
I'm not sure. That was done a long time ago, I believe.
Okay. 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 So anyways, but so the trees, I think the trees can be changed out to something that won't be overly imposing. As far as the fence goes, I wouldn't support chain link, but there's, that vinyl mesh ranch style fence, that like black vinyl mesh or whatever, where vegetation can grow through it. That's a nice kind of, nice alternative, not so industrial looking as doing chain link, but then that might be a nice solution. Wood, I'm fine with wood too, but just if you wanted to work with the neighbors. The view corridor of the, what I saw out there was that the 2-story element was really nicely absorbed. So you sited the house really nice and really nicely absorbed by that oak tree in there. And then when you moved over, I can't tell how tall that, the bathroom is in terms of blocking their views. It looks like they have a pretty good view. It's blocking some of it. I don't know how far up it goes. So I guess try to go over there and look and work with that a little bit.
Sure.
But I think you did a good job in trying to preserve the one nice view that they had through that corridor. So hate to see them lose it entirely, but anyways, but I think you cited the house really nice. And I think that project is nice and the architecture is nice. And I'd support where you're going with it. So thank you.
you have mentioned the style, I don't see anything except a steep roof that's distinguishing this as anything. Can you,
I
are
would
we
say the
missing the
wing,
details yet? Are we missing the details that are gonna crystallize?
well, if you go to the elevations,
Yeah, please.
this is where I grew up in New England. It's, the front porch, the steeper roof, the details at the cornice detailing, how it wraps around onto the gable, stone fireplaces, the double hung windows. It's all part of, the corner boards, lap boards, shingles.
Okay. I almost never vote for penetrations into a setback.
Yes,
And
I know.
not only that, yeah, well, at least I'm consistent, okay?
Oh.
So, and not only that, but that penetration is what's blocking the neighbor to the south's view. So for me to vote for this project, something's gonna have to be done for my vote. Now, maybe
Yep.
others are okay, but I think that the bathroom, it's almost like you designed the bedroom and then right to the setback. And then you said, oh, I need a bathroom. So you put it on at that point, which I found to be a little odd. It's almost. So
Not exactly.
if there's a way to conceptually to either get a hip or possibly drop it and get a gable there and deal with it as a separate element, if it's really something from the north, from New England, I spent 4th grade till 2nd year in college up in the New England area, so I'm somewhat familiar with that. I think that there's ways to add, to give her back the view that she's enjoyed. And,
So how about,
and also one of
go
the
ahead, finish.
traditions of New England is that particularly like New Hampshire and Vermont, I mean, they build a little tiny thing and then they'd add something else that would be close, but not quite the same. And then 20 years later, they build. So I think it's okay to have oddities in the building that would accommodate some things. So if you've got a steeper roof from the street looking up, which I think can be quite nice, with lower pitch in the back because it was an addition that was done 20 years later, in theory, I think that you can pull that off. And maybe if the bathroom is dropped down even more, even if it's a different shed style or something, I think that you can make the building have more of the character of the New England farmhouse and also satisfy what's going on. So, and the pool equipment, that's going to be concrete block,
Yes,
6 foot.
6 foot.
Yeah, there's no noise, guys.
All the way around?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll have the door facing us so the noise doesn't go
Yeah,
through the gate.
that's fine. You're not going to hear that. We've done enough of these. Okay. So anyway, those are my comments. Now, what do we want to do with this project, guys? Please.
You can come back on consent for preliminary final.
Do you think it's ready to go all the way? Do you want to do this whole thing at consent or should we do it?
no, I think.
Okay. I think that, I think you guys. We had 6 items today. Yeah, why don't we try 12 items? So, so Robert, you can take care of this, I hope?
Yes.
Okay, now you will never be notified again. Okay, so you need to watch the agendas. Are you getting the agendas? Okay, give your address to him, your email address. He will send you. You must monitor this on your own. If you don't like our decision at the next meeting, then and only then do you have an opportunity to appeal it. Okay? But I think Robert wants to do what he can to get an approval that everyone's going to be happy with. So please, get together now, exchange email addresses, phone numbers to make sure that this works out as
I'd
well.
like to go over to the lot next door and look and see if
It's
what's
this
going
nice
on.
lady right here. I
Yes.
apologize for not remembering your name. Can you guys exchange phone numbers and
Sure.
get that figured out?
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing, just so where that is, not that tall, it's only about 12 feet. The mountain's much
That would be
far
great
over.
if you could put a line up.
Yeah, if you could string a line, take a picture and bring it back, that would
Okay.
be awesome. Yeah.
So back on consent, preliminary final. I have a conflict with the next item. Dave's gonna be chair.
Thank you.
Chris, you're on. You want to sit here? Or you wanna sit-
I could just stay here, I think. So we're on for,
sit forward like so.
you guys are signing up for
Yeah, you're
more.
welcome.
Yeah. I can eat some of his chips. Okay, we're on to item number 735 Chelham Way. If you could introduce yourself and present.
Chris Cottrell, architect. You ready for this? Okay.
Go ahead and present.
Sure thing. Okay, you guys saw this a few months ago, I think in July. It's a little, maybe we can jump to the next page so you can see it on the site plan. This is a little covered deck addition. This is the existing house photos. I'm gonna jump to the next page. Okay, so the purple in this is their existing deck. The blue is our addition of deck, and we'd like to cover both of those. Last time we came, we had a pitch break in the roof, and I think the board was kind of meh on it. So the direction we had was let's explore maybe a separated roof. So the existing house isn't, there's no pitch break in it. Can you flip to the next page? So this is existing, one more page. Thank you. Yeah, again, that blue is the deck addition, the purple is the existing deck, and we're adding that stair down to the left off that little blue rectangle. You can see a section in the upper left corner that might be worth jumping into. So this is a flat roof version where we're pulled off the existing house. Gives them kind of a nice clear space in there. And I think it lets the existing architecture just not be touched by this. Is definitely something different. This needs to be a steel structure, so this will be steel going both ways. Yeah, I think we're on the list for preliminary final, but we'd have to come back for final because we don't have structural yet. If I can thin this up a little bit, I would. And we've got it as I think an 11-inch total assembly right now. If I can bring that down, I would like to. You jump to the elevations. Okay, so the right-hand side is existing, left-hand side is proposed. Again, this whole project is below Chelham. You can't actually see this from the street. So the top of the proposed roof deck is about street level. And then there's a hedge, and then this drops down to it. Next page, please. Again, right-hand side is existing, left-hand side proposed. So it's just a side view of that. And you can see the topo that we're dealing with on this site down to Chelham Creek. That's the quick and dirty of it. I think, it hasn't really changed except that we took away that pitch break and are coming in with a flat roof.
Okay, thanks. Yep. Questions from the board, Robert?
Can I see a roof plan, please?
Yeah, it's probably the site plan is the easiest way to see that. Yeah. If you zoom in on it, there's a little black outline showing where we're covering that deck. The overhang extends beyond the blue. Can you see that? Maybe you zoom in a little bit more on the colored area. There you go.
How big is that existing overhang? It's like 4 feet.
Existing overhang on the house?
Well, yeah, it looks like a lot on the section.
It varies in places. There's a little bump out right there. The eave on the section, I agree, it looks much bigger. If you go to the photo page, the second page, there's a photo that shows you that. It's easier to see. Maybe the bottom right photo. The rafter tails extend beyond the edge.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
No more questions.
Tip.
No question.
Just real quickly, I'm trying to get oriented. So the environmentally sensitive habitat, the left, what is down there?
Yeah, that's Chelham Creek. The site plan will show you that, third page. Yeah, so that blue line, that's the flow line of Chelham
there it
Creek
is.
down there.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're out of that.
And then how far away are you from?
We are in this thing is in the environmentally sensitive habitat, but we've gone through and gotten the biologist report and there's zero issue with it.
Okay, all right. I'm good, thank you.
With that, I'll close questions. And is there anyone from the public here to speak on this project?
No speakers on this item.
Okay, I'll close public comment and come back to the board and start with Robert again.
I guess my only concern is the practical one of the water coming down off the main roof and how you might want to pick it up with those extended beam ends. I'm not sure what kind of a detail you could come up with, but I think it's somewhat I don't know. I guess we don't want to make it look so much like an addition. If we could figure out a way, you could figure out a way to integrate some sort of way to pick up the water off the main roof before it just pours onto that deck. The new covered deck isn't really covered if it's got a lot of water draining onto it. That's my only comment.
Based on what I can see, I think the the addition is acceptable. Thank you.
Rob?
I'm still trying to process this and understand that. So are you removing the stairs then?
Okay,
looking at-
no, so sorry, you weren't here at the last one. So this is actually a 3-story house.
Uh-huh.
So there's no exterior stair down to that lower level. So what we're adding is a stair all the way down.
Oh, you're adding that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep.
Okay, and then you're just covering the existing decks with the roof and
Covering existing deck and doing an addition. So existing deck's purple, addition deck is blue. We're
okay,
covering them.
so I mean, and then what about landscaping? Were you asked to do any kind of landscaping?
No change to landscape. It's just like, it's a nice, that hillside is like nice and vegetated right now. I'm just gonna leave it be.
Okay, all right. I'm fine. I have no issues with this.
Okay, I don't have any comments to add other than I like the idea of it being steel, and if you can make it thinner as you detail it, sounds like you still need to do that, so you'll be coming back. So the project's here for preliminary approval at this point. Is there anybody that would entertain making a motion?
I move we bring it back with full engineering and architectural details for preliminary and final on consent.
Schedule for preliminary approval.
Oh,
Yeah, so I think what you can do here is you could make a motion for preliminary approval and have it come back final on consent.
yeah. So yes, come back for final on consent with engineering and the more detailed architectural drawings.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Okay, item number, Watson recused on that. Item number 8, 789 Park Lane. Britt, are you with us?
I'm Misael. I'm here to represent Britt.
Okay. Okay, so we have several comment letters. We are on for preliminary today. The last comments were acceptable project return with full details. So have you had a chance to review the comment letters yet?
I have not.
Okay. So, why don't you go ahead, and we've seen this project several times before. There were some comments from the neighbors about water, about some olive trees that were littering their driveway with olives that were dropping down, and I can't remember what else there were, but so do you have anything more to present, or should we just go through and read the comment letters, or what?
Yeah, I believe everyone has seen the project. But yeah, I'm just
Have you seen this?
here to present the.
Britt Johnson? Have you seen it? Okay, so yeah,
Oh, okay.
let's,
Go through it.
yeah, give the presentation, please.
Okay, so this is an exterior remodel and associated site work to respond to interior changes that we've done. The existing house is historic, but not remarkable. We have a historic report here stating so from Jay Carlander. The FAR is 120%. If you could go to page 4.
But they're not adding.
We're not adding, correct. We're actually demolishing a closet, which is lowering the FAR. So the site plan shows we're doing a pool terrace in the back, which is going to be over fill, since that whole backyard is about 7 feet below the finished floor. We want to provide access from the living space out to the rear yard. And we're also in the FEMA zone, so this is also part of creating a defensible space to take advantage of those site amenities. If you can go please to page, or to the next page, to show the floor plans. Pretty much, this is all exterior changes, but you can see on this plan the different doors and windows that we're swapping out and creating access to that rear yard amenity. If you can go to page 8, the elevations. So we are maintaining the rustic aesthetic using tile and brick as ornaments and arranging familiar patterns around Santa Barbara. You can zoom in on the entry door there. We are replicating tile that's existing around the front entry door and using custom exterior light fixtures. Let's go to the next page, please. So here's the rear yard with the trellis to connect that to the pool terrace right here on the west elevation, and steel doors and windows. If you can go to page 12. And we're also doing a vehicular gate off of Park Lane. That's shown on the bottom right. And that's a man gate on the top there. And that's a detail of our entry door. Go to the next page. And we have pavers for the guards and fireplace and the different grills. And you can see here we also have an axonometric view of the guardrail that we're doing a wrought iron, a railing over a wood, more traditional guardrail for the covered porch. Go to the next page. And here you can see the chimney cap that is going to be built using pavers and also details for the trellis and arbor, and as well as the fountain that we're proposing. Go to the next page. Oh, and I believe that's it. And we also did some, have developed the landscape drawings and civil drawings. And Sam Maphis is, I believe, available on Zoom to give his presentation on that.
Yeah, thank Misha. I'm here if you want to go to the landscape sheets to kind of look at the site work.
Members of the board, there's 1,400 yards of fill and 10 yards of cut. And basically what they're doing is they're lifting the south portion of this building up, or the grading up. And so that, to me, when the previous review, was the primary issue. And so I think we should get a full presentation on this now.
So yeah, John, to that kind of point, the big changes in the hardscape really are the driveway is being reconfigured and reduced. And there's now a sense of arrival with a smaller oval kind of courtyard that is further away from the actual residence than what was there before previously. And we've created an entry sense with some traditional paving, such as brick is shown, and a fountain that is on the opposite side of the motor court. And then we reduced the driveway coming up to the garage area and the service motor court to add new landscaping in the front of the house towards the north courtyard, where there's an exceptional oak tree. This site has a lot of very magnificent large oaks and olives and eucalyptus. They're all being preserved out on the outer boundaries. Of course, the house in the middle has one large oak tree in the north courtyard that we're not changing any walls or anything around it, so its preservation is in good hands. The pool yard, as you mentioned, is being lifted by a wall and terrace that is a continuation of the patios on the south that are also being lifted up to be adjacent to the building. Previously, there were decks and other things that are all gone and were deteriorating. So we're building some stucco walls, creating a nice courtyard off the living room to the southeast. You see that's kind of an axial position down some terracing steps to a fountain and a little courtyard that aligns with the living room. The south patio, loggia, if you will, has got a trellis that provides some shade off the dining area. The west patio is very gracious and has a pergola that steps down and terraces down to get to that pool level, which is 18 inches lower than the main house. And then there's some nice grand steps that step down to the south of the pool to a walkway that steps into the rest of the yard. And as Misha mentioned, that pool yard now is a courtyard, an outdoor living space that really relates well to the house. And the terracing yard step down, walls step down to the west and the south to relate to the rest of the yard. The balance of the yard is stone walls, old stone walls that are being preserved, an old orchard that will be refurbished and new trees will be added on the west side. That's kind of perimetered with an old stone wall. The olive trees that I think we've put in to the southwest along the property line are there for, there's existing olives and we're adding new field-grown olives to create a more private, let's say, visual barrier to the neighbor to the southwest that is concerned about seeing this building. The west elevation, as you saw in the existing elevation, is a big, big, tall wall. We're now lifting the site to kind of create olive trees around the pool, layering the site on that southwest side at the property line and at the pool south level to create more of a layered landscape to the back of this west side of the house. We also have kind of an axial fire pit in the sitting area to the north side of the pool, all kind of tying this new area that would be created to the site up by the sheds. And then we have an entrance through a citrus courtyard that goes towards the garage that connects the, let's say, the front part of the house to the backyard. So if you go to L3, you'll see the landscape is really utilizing the olive theme that's already there. That shows you the areas that we're landscaping is in the green. Mostly we're moving some big olives to create this, that do exist on site to create the motor court as I described. We're adding new field-grown olives to the side of the driveway around to the left as you're coming north up towards the garage. You'll see we're kind of creating a little alley of 4 trees that we have 2 in the front. We have a number of them on the other side of the driveway to the east. We also have olives around the pool yard that'll be fruitless olives. So we're going to use existing theme and existing material where we can in the front and also add more in the back to create more privacy from a neighbor concern on the southwest and to also create this courtyard or this pool yard that relates to the hardscape of the house. The rest of the site in the kind of the mulch color that you see, we're really minimizing any water. There's no lawn. We're really kind of looking at being very conservation oriented, and the site is very natural in its overall theme and feel. We're just going to be improving the areas up close to the house for a good livable outdoor appreciation. I think that's it. We do have a full set of drawings in terms of, our irrigation. We do have details for fountains, as Misha had shown. We can go back to the detail sheet L5 and you'll see that we've developed hardscape, stairs, walls. We have a lighting plan. The gate that I'm showing is not correct. So that detail of the entry to the left center is not. Misha presented the gate that really works well with the front door. But we're picking up on the tile work and some of the things that are important to relate to the house with some of our detailing. But we have a complete set of drawings, but nothing's really changed from what you saw initially. I think that's it, John.
Very good, thank you. So Sam, we do have some public comment letters about these olive trees, so please listen if you haven't seen them. So
Okay.
you can address that. Questions, Rob?
Mike, please.
Sorry. Thank you. Just some minor questions on that. There's, Sam, where you get the motor court and you kind of have that kind of puffed out in the middle there, what was the thinking there as opposed to maybe making that, pulling that in a little bit? Are you trying to turn around in there? Are you trying to get a lot of cars in there, or what was?
No, it's a sense of arrival, because before it was just a driveway that took you to parking that was up in the upper motor court. You really couldn't park, and there was no organization. So it's to be able to pull off, and then the turnaround. It's got a secondary entrance. If you go to L3 again, you'll see that.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's kind of a U shape, so you really don't have to turn around. It's an area for a guest to arrive and get out of the main flow of the driveway, and then continue on and go out the service area.
How wide is that? Just out of curiosity.
It's about 40, 45 feet.
So you're almost at circular drive width at that point.
Yeah, but I really felt it was important that we create a sense of arrival at the front door as opposed to making it wider. And we did push it to the east, and we are removing some olive trees and reorganizing the motor court to create a better sense of space and drama at that entrance. It's quite a handsome house. If you look at Britt's elevations, the architecture is going to be, I think, very nice Monterey style that, you know, further away from it, you'll appreciate some of the drama of the two-story.
And then one other question is, there's just one olive tree that looks, it's right up against the new wall and stuff. Are you moving some of those? Like one of the existing olives down on the, is it the south part of the project? The kind of as you drive in the main gates and to the left-hand side, there's one olive tree that looks like it's right almost on top of the wall. Are you
Yeah,
moving that,
a
or is
lot of
that-
those are existing in there that are shown circled. And then we're adding the ones with the solid dots are the new ones that we're going to be either moving into new places and transplanting, or, you know,
Okay, so you might, if it gets too close or it's not working, you can move those and adjust them and all that.
we're really going to be doing a lot of adjusting of some of the olives.
Okay,
Yes.
that's all my questions. Thanks.
Questions, Robert?
I think we already discussed the amount of fill, but can you recap? Is it all related to the elevating the porch and the pool area? Is that the 1,400? Or is there other?
It really is, Robert. If you're on site and you stand at the finished floor, the entire west and south, except for that little kind of, I guess it's the southeast corner where we have our little courtyard, that's higher, but everything else drops off to a point where to create this, we needed to bring in the fill and wall it. And there's really no cut on the upper side to be able to create any real balance. The site just drops off, and the decks on the original house were just way up in the air with railings. We wanted to create a better connection to the actual site.
Okay, no more questions.
Questions, Dave?
Is there a retaining wall for the pool? And if so, how high is it?
So David starts as a terrace on the upper northwest corner, and it's kind of daylighting back in there. It might be 2 feet of drop. And then as the grade comes down, I'm trying to remember if you look at the original, not the landscape plan, but go to L1, you'll see some contour lines on that west slope that slope up and catch the wall. It starts out maybe 2 feet high in the far southwest corner, Dave. It's about 6 feet high. And that is where a planter is. And then we step it down to this walkway that's only about 3 feet above the actual connection to the land on that side. So those planters of those two olives sit up high, and they're more at the pool deck level. And then we're stepping down in between. The wall is flat, but it's about a 30-inch drop off the lawn to the west side of the pool down to a terrace planter. and then it's another 30-inch drop. But you can see how those contour lines kind of catch up to the top and it zeroes out at the top. But in the far southwest corner, we do have a tall corner that's being landscaped.
Thank you.
Questions, Tip?
No questions.
Sam, you mentioned site lighting, but we didn't go over it. Where is that, please?
I think that's L4, John. And I'll just show you the fixtures we're using are all path lighting and some downlighting in the olive trees around the pool. You can see the fixtures are all kind of under cap lights in the wall.
It's not something that, it looks fine, so.
Very subtle.
Thank you. Okay, so listen to these public comment, please. Is there anybody that would like to, that's attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item number 789 Park Lane, please?
No requests.
Okay, so we have some public comment letters. Can we get those out, please? Okay. This is September 8th, 2023. What? Right after the last one? Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, we were not able to attend the meeting 7th. However, we just watched it on video recording. It was disappointing to learn that our comment, email, and photo had not been given to the board prior to or during the presentation, but just shown to the board at the end of the presentation without time to be fully considered. We feel our concerns were not adequately addressed. We are still worried about the addition of fill and the risk of debris flow. This is why we included the photos to show just how high their property is above ours, the distance from our driveway to the top of the hedge being 17 feet, and also to show the lack of screening for sight and sound. Their plans use olive trees. Again, where screening is not sufficient to shield us from view of their house and certainly won't absorb noise. As stated in our comments, we previously had problems with olives from their trees staining our driveway. We also want to know that their pool equipment will not be located near our property line. Okay, so these are 773. Do you know where they are, Sam?
773, John, if you look on any of those site plans, is the flag lot on our south property line.
Okay, very
So
good.
they come in and they have their house on our south line.
So that was about, very good, Sam, thank you. So the next comment letter, this is from, same, we just wanted to state for the record that we believe the existing overgrown olives are not only insufficient for visual and auditory, but they're also a menace. We have to have our driveway power washed because the olives they drop stain our driveway. Next, please. Okay. Is this the same group? Okay, they're concerned about the debris flow of, well, I better read it. Our biggest concern with the construction plans is their plan to add 400 cubic yards of fill. This has potential for debris flow dangers for us at 773 Park Lane. Their property is directly above ours, north of theirs, with significant elevation change. From the base of our driveway to the top of our hedge is 17 feet. Our retaining wall is 4 feet high at the bottom of the hedge. The ground level we can see from the photos in the previous email I sent just how far above their house is. We are afraid that any significant rainfall, debris flow from the fill would wash over that wall onto our driveway and a minimum trap us in our home as we live on a flag lot and we can only exit our property at that section of the driveway. So in 2018, we suffered debris flow damage at the west end of our property from the property above us that abuts 789 Lane on the west. So since then, our insurance was canceled and we have only able to get minimal coverage, which does not cover debris flow damage. In the last evacuation or debris flow a year ago or so, our friends Andy and Jennifer Perry suffered debris damage from a construction site above their home in Montecito. Their home was filled with debris flow and they were out of their home for over 9 months. Okay, so is that it?
Just their original letter was also
Okay.
included.
So what I'm hearing from their concerned Sam, and you may not be the right man, is about the pool, about the olive trees, and it sounds like you're adding olives on their driveway, is that right?
Well, no, we have a new hedge on the west side and on the south side in that corner specific to the southwest area that has that address 773 Park Lane. So we are adding a Prunus linei hedge, which is very dense green, will grow in the shade of some of these big canopy trees as well in the sun. That's Catalina cherry. We also have some olives that do exist. They're good size. They do, I think, a good job of screening the two buildings that we're talking about, our building and their residential building. But we do want to add some additional ones because there are gaps. One of the things we heard initially, Brett and the owner, is that we're concerned about seeing light from your 2-story and your west elevation. We'd like better screening. So the combination of an evergreen Prunus linei and additional olives that are on our property, not on the property line, John, they're inboard. We put 3 more. So we're creating a little grove, if you will, of additional olives for the screening. And I think the combination of the hedgerow and those olives are going to be exactly what we need for privacy, for a win-win for both owners. I didn't know about the olive nuisance of the fruit. Those trees can be sprayed the certain time of year to drop their flowers, which minimizes and eliminates the fruit. Maybe we can discuss some things for, mutual neighborhood benefit in those areas. I don't propose to remove them. We want to add other things on the south side that may block some of the fruit from dropping, but we can also do some maintenance. As far as the fill concern and mud flow, all of the fill is being added inside above the walls, if you will. The retaining walls hold up the deck and hold up the pool and hold up the terrace to the west. We do have a little bit of cover that kind of lessens the height of those walls by sloping up, but the sloping up portions are 3-to-1 and are all planted, so there won't be any soil moving. So we're really not doing any fill on the ground in those kind of south and west areas of concern. We're keeping all of our fill contained inside a structural retaining system to create these outdoor spaces. So I hope that gives you some sense of us not, directing any more of those negative comments. If anything, we're correcting any kind of area.
So drainage.
Drainage wise, I think we're keeping all of that internal to the site with riprap. Flowers Engineering is our civil, and they have good drainage plans that are part of what
Are they
you
part
have
of these,
submitted.
this set? Can we take a look
Yeah.
at it, please?
Yeah, if you want to look at what Robert
my
Schmidt
question.
at Flowers has done, he's done an extensive grading and drainage plan. That's part of it. And he's got additional.
That was it, yeah. Page 22 on that previous PDF. Yeah, that's the one. So that shows the erosion control. Oh, sorry. Go back one page. That's our stormwater. That's our erosion control plan. Which
No,
You can see where we're keeping all of our fill really tight.
drainage plan,
internal.
drainage plan.
yeah, that was the next one actually. Go to 23.
Is the drainage plan the pink one?
It's
There it
23.
is.
Yeah. Stormwater.
Area drains and infrastructure.
Yeah, see, they're gonna still get hit with water.
our back slope is really draining into that big area that's, the open part of our property, and we're not concentrating it. If anything, we're sheet flowing it as it always has been sheet flowing.
I thought that the civils and that these new projects had to deal with the water that was on their site and control it and move it.
Well, they don't have, okay, Sam, maybe you're not the right guy, but since have more to do with earth than somebody else, I think their points are well taken, and I think this is the option to be able to figure out how to get the drainage out to the street rather than onto their property. Would you be willing to take a look at that and find a way to get a swale or something to take that drainage out? Because looking at the contours, I don't see it happening now.
I
And
think
you're increasing the hardscape.
we can pick up along that south line and somewhat on the west line and try to move it to the east. I really haven't studied the high points to the east and how far and what the flow line would be at Park Lane. But I would bring it up to Robert, and I'll let Flowers know that that's a concern that's now in the record that we need to address. And if anything, we could contain with some kind of bio retention areas in that corner. But we do have a lot of big existing oak trees, and we're not going to be able to do a lot of grading underneath there to kind of create a pond, if you will. We can move the water and absorb it, maybe put in dry wells. There's things that I would not commit to right now, but bring up with Robert and come back with those solutions as need be.
What do you think? Are you on board with asking?
I have one final thing to add.
They're required to mitigate for all. They're basically required to not.
I can't hear you guys.
Mic is on.
No, Dave.
I think.
What about you guys? Are you okay with trying to really get this drainage solved at this point? Yes. So Sam, I think that that's going to be something we look at very carefully. I don't know if it's going to require a pipe or if you can do some kind of a decent dry stream or something to carry it out, but
You could actually turn that into a real asset of some kind of interceptor swale and kind of that dry creek flavor, and then and like you said, I don't know where the oaks are exactly, but the retention basin where you're at least kind of grabbing the water. If you can't get gravity flow up to the east, maybe you can deal with it on site, like you said, with dry wells and, vertical French drain kind of things. And
I agree. It could be a dry creek and some kind of a visual bonus. But I want to be cautious to let you guys know just how many big trees are in the south and west side of the property.
Sure,
So
sure.
we'll work in and amongst them, and not hurt their critical root zones. But I'll work with Robert Schmidt of Flowers and see what we can do to lessen some of the intensity.
okay, so we're now into comments. They are on for, thank you, Sam. We are into comments. We're at the preliminary approval letter, level, Rob.
Okay, so the only negative thing that I would say, and it's just really a matter of opinion, is I think the entry drive at the entry is a little too fat for me. I think that could be slimmed out. But because it looks like there's a lot of paving there. But everything else, Sam, I think, all the hardscape and the whole site layout that you've done is really done well. I mean, it's all, the whole thing circulates well, and the hardscape areas are a nice extension of the architecture. And then apart from, so I think everything you've done, I would support, and was about prepared to give you final, except for the drainage aspect of that, because all the rest of your details are there. And then I did like seeing Britt Jewett's nice hand-drawn thing on the cover page. So that's what I was talking about the last meeting. So anyways, well done.
Robert, comments?
I would agree. I think the architecture is beautiful. The architectural detailing is really well executed. And I do share some concern about drainage, not just from the new work south of the house, but the whole north end of the property, the motor courts and service courts and all that. I'm not sure what's required these days on the tier 1 or 2 or whatever, but certainly it's a concern that runs with every project and it needs to be addressed. Other than that, I really love this project. It's a beautiful home and a great improvement.
Dave, comments, please. No, there you go.
Yeah, I think it's a very nice, the architecture and the landscape are very nice. And I think extending that usable area out from the house makes sense. And I can justify the grading for that. My understanding is for the civil engineering, you're going to be required to capture all new runoff generated by this development. So I'd leave it up to you how you all do that. But when you come next time, maybe have the civil engineer demonstrate what you're doing to meet those requirements. And my experience is the site will be less impactful following this project than it is now, just because you are required to mitigate for all that. So I'm pretty confident that this project will improve the drainage situation, but you need to justify, have them explain and justify that next time.
Tip, comments?
Well, I have nothing else to add to all the comments. I agree with all the board's comments.
Yeah, I agree with everybody too. I don't know if there's a way to ensure 5 years, 20 years, 30 years that your olives won't be a menace to the neighbors to the south. Well-intentions, people sell the property, things don't get remembered. So if you could consider ways to also address that, I think it would be helpful for the community. And besides that, I tend to agree with Rob about the width of the drive, and I think the drainage is very important considering what's happened in this community. And, we've got hit with some very, very heavy rain from, the storms are getting more intense. So we need to really be as thoughtful as we can to everybody. So we are on for preliminary. Would somebody like to make a motion, or do you want me to do it? You want me to do it? I move for preliminary approval with the applicant to provide a drainage plan that significantly improves the drainage on the south side of the property. Restudy the width of the driveway, particularly at the front door, right? At the front door. And study ways to reduce the impact of the olives along the south property line. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Oh, and return on consent. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, Sam. Happy New Year. Thank you, Misha.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, item number 9, 1730 Glen Oaks Road. Jared, are you with us?
Looks like
Vanguard
Jared's-
Planning?
I'm on April Palencia and I see that Jared's logged on, so I'm sure he'll join us soon.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah, and Bethany Anderson with Prairie Studio as well.
Okay, so there was a memo. It had no comments. There are gate options on PDF 13. And they took, just to summarize it for everybody, this project used to have a much larger deck along at the rear of the garage, which they have shortened, and they're now completely out of the setbacks with that area. So they did address our concerns with that. So go ahead, project, April, please make your presentation.
Sure. Or Jared, did you have opening comments or shall I dive in?
I just Go ahead, you can just go through them.
Okay. The comments we received were, yeah, the encroachment, concerns with the encroachment of the driveway and garage addition, which you've just mentioned. We've pulled that back and we've added some landscape screening along the east property line as shown on this plan. We got the fire department sign off on the site plan, which was item 2. And then the encroachment of the deck along the southern property line, we pulled that out of the setback.
And there
And
was
we've
also a less than exuberant landscaping along the south property line. Did you ever do anything to fill in that gap, particularly over by the bocce court, please?
Yeah, I can answer that some. Down at the south property line, we're keeping there's a large existing sycamore at the bottom left corner, the southwest. And then we added some landscape screening, some Italian buckthorn hedging. So it's a large shrub in addition to what's screened already on the neighbor's property. We're also keeping the 2 remaining trees. It's an ash and an ornamental pear down there, and then added a few eastern red buds to fill in that other gap. And then another large sycamore is planned for that southeast corner. So that south property line should be pretty screened now.
And something here that it wasn't in response to a comment, but it's something that we looked at and decided would be an improvement is this new driveway alignment that we have that comes in from the other side of the property from where the driveway is now and sort of sweeps past, and it keeps there from being any real direct views down the driveway towards the motor court. And it gives us this opportunity to have a completely separate pedestrian entrance that comes in and then goes and meets up and, you know, walks up to the house, and it gets our gate back. And it's just, anyway, we made that change.
So can I assume that you are done with your presentation?
I want to address that. There was one last comment about, you know, consider going to a 2-car garage. And I'm not sure if that even matters so much anymore since everything's complying with setbacks. But we really feel strongly about a 3-car garage here. For this type of a property, for this size of a house, a 3-car garage is appropriate. And it's not really creating any significant negative impacts to anyone. And we're sticking with that. I don't think that was a big issue for most of the board last time, but it is in the minutes, so I wanted to address that.
Yeah, and then oh sorry. As far as the property line screening on the eastern side, we added some more hedging than was shown before, that same Italian buckthorn hedge. And then the driveway has changed a little bit to be as tight as we can possibly get while still allowing for turning radii to allow for some more landscape buffer between the eastern property line and the driveway area.
Yes, I believe board member Wolf asked us to do that specifically. So we ran vehicle design templates and got this paved area for the motor court down to the absolute minimum it needs to be to function. And that gave us some extra room for landscaping buffer along next to the motor court.
Does that do it?
That's it.
Okay, questions? Tip, questions?
No questions.
Dave,
No questions.
Rob,
I was trying to, I kind of missed that, the south screening. What was the combination of plants there that was mentioned?
can we focus in on that? It's just above the gates. April, are you there?
I am.
Okay, so can you go over that south property line again?
Oh, actually, I'll turn that over to Bethany.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so those circles with the X's in between are clusters of Italian buckthorn hedging to fill in some less screened spaces. The neighbors have some pretty dense screening on all of their properties, so we're really just kind of filling in holes and making sure those areas are covered, in addition to the large trees that are already on the property, which is a sycamore, an ornamental pear, and an ash, are 3 large trees that are already along that property line. We're adding an additional sycamore in the bottom right-hand corner, and then 3 eastern red buds are those small trees shown in between the existing ash and the sycamore.
So yeah, I mean, okay, so the eastern redbud doesn't do much, but you're basically, graphically, it doesn't look like there's a lot there, but you're saying that the neighbors, that massing, is that what I'm looking at? That you've got a lot dense mixed green, okay. All right,
Yes.
that's,
Questions?
it wasn't clear at first, that's all.
Questions?
Is
Is that it?
I have one other question. What's the fire, is there a fire turnaround on the issue on the entry? What's going on with that?
Yeah, how are you doing the fire?
There isn't a requirement for a fire turnaround. The fire truck can pull in to the driveway to a point that allows the hose reach to all the places it needs to go. And the point they're pulling into isn't far enough to require a turnaround. So they would just back out. They're only pulling in like 100 feet or something.
Thank you.
Robert, questions?
You're showing 2 gates. I'm not familiar exactly with the project, so where's the second gate?
It's an
There's,
alternative.
yeah, there are
Oh,
options.
okay, I see. And I had the same question about fire, so those are my questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 1730 Glen Oaks Road, please?
No requests.
Okay, comments. We are on for preliminary today. Chip.
Well, it seemed like a nice, well put together renovation project with, you know, the addition and the loggia and the pool. So I think this is ready for preliminary approval as submitted with the applicant probably come back. I hate to put it on consent again, but
No, you don't. Dave, comments.
I don't have anything to add.
Rob, comments.
Yeah, I like everything on the project. I think it's nice. The only thing that, you hear me? Yeah, the
Yeah.
only thing that I actually doesn't really kind of grab me are the entry gates. I think, you know, they look a little canned. I think you guys could do something a little bit more interesting there, but I think everything else is really nice and I would support the project otherwise across the board.
Robert.
I think it's a nice project. I actually agree with Rob on the gates. I think there could definitely be room for improvement aesthetically. Otherwise, a nice project. It's going to be a little tricky with modern SUVs getting in and out of the garage, but it is what it is. But I think the quality of the home and the property does deserve a nicer, more creative gate design. But could come back, yeah, for final on consent.
And I have no further comments. I was not very much in favor of this project when it started, but I think the modifications you've made have improved it enough to garner my vote. So who would like to make a motion for preliminary, please?
well, you want to make a motion, Rob, since you love landscape?
No, I'm gonna let you do it.
Okay, so I would like to move for preliminary approval as submitted with the applicant, perhaps come back with some more refined exterior gate design that will be better fit for the property and come back for final on consent.
Your second, please.
Second.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. just before we adjourn, as everybody on this board knows, site lighting has been an issue, and Rob and I have been talking about it quite a lot. I think a smart approach would be to have everybody photograph examples of site lighting that really work in their mind and examples of things that don't work. And then we'll figure, let me know as chair, just advisory, not to comment, but just I have some photos. And then we'll set up something in the future and try to, just like we have an LRV of 84 for exterior, how many lights per whatever and this and that, so we can try to help the applicants be consistent with our approvals, et cetera. So if everybody could do that. And it, weeks, it could take a couple months before we pull all this together.
I think that would be great because the board it's been hard to be consistent about that, especially with the tree lights.
Yes.
So
And we'll discuss it in detail when we come up. It's not agendized, so we can't talk about it now.
does that need to be something that's formalized or come from?
Once we have an assemblage of photographs, then we'll agendize it. We'll get everybody in the world to know that we're going to discuss it, okay? And we'll see what happens in the audience. Okay, so do I have a motion for adjournment, please? Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, thank you.